Spending 560 billion was easy, but spending it wisely was not so easy. Luo Feng had many dreams while laying in the pool, as there were simply too many treasures in the universe. Even though he knew many of them, there were still countless others he didn't know about. I have several trump cards now. The golden horned beast, the bug clan, the flame god crystals, space lock band. He pondered, I should strengthen the strongest asset. Bug army. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed, standing quickly. If I can make Queen Alina become an undying, as an undying queen, she can lead an undying army, and that's considered invincible amongst anyone below night level. If that succeeds, spending all of the 560 billion would still be worth it. The more he thought about it, the more he got excited. The queen could separately control 10,000 bug soldiers, who were all able to use law-infused attacks. She may be able to use 1,000,000 soldiers too, but they wouldn't be law-infused attacks, and only directed attacks instead. Back then, when the queen had controlled 10,000 undyings, its power was already heavenly. If she controlled 1,000,000, she would be invincible. The more he thought about it, the more his eyes gleamed. He couldn't help it anymore. I'll go ask Alina. In his internal world, Bug Clan Island. Shwa. Black-clothed Luo Feng appeared within the world and floated above the Bug Clan Island. Xiao, the absolute beauty. Alina flew straight up and bowed before him. Master. Alina. Luo Feng asked immediately, how much you would need to break through to undying. Master, Yushi looked shocked. Just speak, Luo Feng said. He felt wealthy. Alina smiled, her voice clear and crisp. Master seems to have a shocking amount of wealth. However, Master, a bug queen breaking through to undying is an extremely hard thing to do. Just the materials alone would cost close to 100 billion mixed elements. I'll buy it. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Let me finish, Alina said. This is only the external requirements. There are still internal ones. The queen would have to have extremely high levels of law comprehension, be it space or time laws, just having gold, or wood, and the other basic laws isn't enough to become undying. She needs great comprehension in either space or time too. Luo Feng frowned. Master. Alina explained, the true intellectual beings of the universe all require great law comprehension to become undying. Just the materials alone is not enough. Like humans, no matter what, they at least have to have one of the smaller laws to become undying. If they don't even have that, having treasures is useless, and a bug clan queen is the same as one of the pinnacle races. It's extremely hard to break through. Both the materials required and the law comprehension required are extremely high. The cloud contact vine you use is different. The plants have low intellect. Hence they have no requirements for law comprehension, and can just evolve. And the universe would naturally give them a law suited for them after evolution. However, such things can only happen for the low intellectual creatures such as plant life forms, bug soldiers, and so on. The other life forms all require law comprehension. She said, I've only comprehended the fire law, and I'm still far from comprehending the space laws. No amount of treasures can make me break through. Luo Feng was somewhat disappointed, but he understood. Right, those bug soldiers that could be produced in bulk were purely almost mindless creatures. The cloud contact vine and star-eating plant only had their basic emotions too. When they became undying, only then could they truly communicate via consciousness. The other intellectual begins, humans, automatons, demons, bug clan queens, gold horn race, Yenji aboriginals, and so on. The hardest part about becoming undying for all of them is the law comprehension. Luo Feng sighed. He had initially simplified it too much. He thought that the queen could simply evolve with resources, since the soldiers definitely did so, but the queen was a true intellectual being, and the requirements for her law comprehension were very high, but hers were far from ready. My law comprehension is still insufficient. You don't have to prepare resources for me, she smiled. However, when I'm almost there, I will rely on you. No problem, Luo Feng replied easily. He still felt disappointed within. He had gone in full of hope only to have his dreams shattered. Right, the undying bug queen is invincible below night level. How could it be so easy to break through? Luo Feng immediately sent a thread of consciousness into the virtual universe. Virtual universe, Luo Feng's villa in Yu Xiang, Primal region. Luo Feng sat at his desk and looked at the screen, searching information on all sorts of treasures. Black hole weapon, able to form a small black hole at point of target, only knights and above can survive. Soul laser, triggering a light beam from within a universe secret region. The moment it is triggered, a normal knight would be injured too. Anything under would definitely die. Wind slicer weapon, it's a special wind formed in a secret region, and even a knight hit by it would have his undying body slashed apart. This weapon is formed from the wind slicer itself. Anything under knight 1t be able to survive. Kasua weapon, a special metal named after the founder. This metal has strong destructive abilities against undyings. A dagger made from this metal can instantly kill an emperor limit, destroying his undying body completely. There were many weapons. These were all weapons that could be ordered, and many that humans themselves created. Luo Feng searched with the keywords, anything under night will not survive. Easily flipping through 203 weapons, he stared wide-eyed. My God! All of them can kill anything under night. Why do undying seem so fragile? Also, some weapons have primal powers. They can even heavily damage knights. Luo Feng was stunned. There were 21 automaton weapons within, and 3 human weapons. The rest were special weapons formed from special materials. However, it's no wonder I haven't seen anyone use any of these in the outer region wars. Who could use such weapons? The moment one uses something like that, countless emperors would target him to take his treasure. Luo Feng looked at the list and thought, the cheapest one here was 6 trillion, the normal ones were 10 trillion. These prices were enough to make even a knight feel the pinch. Anyone with one of these weapons was holding a true piece of treasure. How much was the sacrificial tower treasure worth? A weapon costing over 10 trillion mixed elements, if revealed, would make countless undyings go crazy for it. I can only look. I cannot buy them. He suddenly felt very poor, not even having enough for a part of one weapon. He actually knew that for weapons like the black hole device, it seemed very complex just from the surface, and the requirements for building it must be extremely high. The soul-destroying laser, the wind slicer to retrieve materials such as the slicing wind, etc., and storing them well for frequent usage. They were places that even knights could fall within. The prices would naturally be absurd. Since the queen couldn't evolve to undying, and he couldn't afford these weapons, he could only think of other methods. Hence, he began to study and research the many items within the treasure trove that He couldn't see with his status, he also relied on his 560 billion wealth to enter the shops in the Hong Alliance City and view the VIP areas. These were areas frequented by knights. I only found 3 materials for deities of the world level 3 in the treasure trove, but the shops in the Hong Alliance City actually have 18 of them. It's almost all here, however, they are really expensive. It's extremely hard to reach far in deities of the world. With his status and research, he spent over a month's time before finally deciding on what to buy. He knew that this windfall may take forever to happen. Again, spending about 110 billion mixed elements to allow the golden horned beast to train its deities of the world to 16 times amplification. He only spent 10.2 billion to finish the second level initially, spending 130 billion to buy 4 flame god crystals. Each one cost close to 30 billion, and large amounts of water god crystals for the space lock armband. Close to 10 billion mixed elements. The water god crystals were most suitable for the armband, spending 300 billion to buy 1 kg of FAMO liquid poison, spending 8 billion to make the cloud contact vine evolve from Pinnacle official to Low Emperor. And some other little expenses were taken care of. However, he had almost spent all of the 560 billion from this windfall. Battlefield 7, 26th Camp, above the snow-capped peaks, a silver armored and winged Luo Feng stood. He was discussing with the staff from the Virtual Universe Company. This scene was seen by 2 distant emperors. Look, the human Yang. It's him. All the other race warriors from the other camps in Yanji continent have all gone crazy searching for him. No one would expect him to be hiding here in the camp. The other race warriors would never be able to find him even if they knew he was here. They couldn't do anything. Do you think that Yang actually got the treasure from the sacrificial tower? I've been to the tower personally to check, and there were battle scars about. It should be true. This Yang sure is lucky. Look, he's discussing with the staff from the Virtual Universe Company. He must have bought countless treasures. What's the point of being jealous? He got the treasure. What can you do about it? Right, I cannot do anything. Who would dare make a move on an ally? However, I dare say, if it weren't for the army system, there would probably be other humans making a move on him. The 2 other race emperors gazed at the mountain peak hundreds of km away. With their vision, they could see every hair on Luo Feng's face even at such distance. They watched as they discussed. The news of Yang being in the 26th camp spread quickly, causing the many other race warriors on Yanji continent to curse. Coward. Weakling. Cowardly punk. This human is actually hiding in the camp, bastard. Let us go, leave Yanji continent. This human is so scared he's hiding in the camp. What can we do? Even knights cannot do anything. We are just wasting our time. Let us hurry back to Star Tower. There may be other treasures there. The many warriors began to grow disappointed. They had guessed before that the human Yang may leave after getting the treasure. However, they never got accurate information, and didn't trust one another. After all, the chances of getting treasure in the outer region wars were extremely slim. Human purple clock raged within a cave, prudent and yet cowardly. However, you hiding in the camp will make the others see you as even weaker. And it confirms that you have the treasures. However, I do know. Your cowardice is all an act. Purple clock had been extremely alert about Luo Feng. He had battled with him before, and throughout the treasure hunt in The tower, Luo Feng, had remained low profile, yet he never backed down in face of danger, knowing when not to hold back, knowing the right time to act, and vicious at the right moment. Human Yang, what are you waiting for? He muttered, waiting for the right chance to deal with me. If you want to make a move, hurry and do it. He had a feeling that the human Yang was simply waiting for the opportune moment. The two would eventually fight. Within a specially crafted world ring. Vast grassland. Black-clothed Luo Feng sat cross-legged, his expression serious as he looked at the black briefcase. Fei Mo poison, he muttered. Within this case was the terrifying and expensive Fei Mo poison. He only had 10 billion left from the 560 billion he had almost spent everything, and of which, the most expensive thing he bought with 300 billion mixed elements, was this 1 kg of poison. Careful. Any leakage and my Masha body will be destroyed. Luo Feng took a deep breath. He didn't even dare deal with it in his internal world. He was worried that any leak would cause the world to crumble. That would be an unjust death. The Masha body was within the world ring. His body could be produced again even if it fell, and this was a new world ring. Even if it crumbled, it meant nothing. Open. Luo Feng gently opened it. Pa. The black briefcase opened and revealed 10 crystals, every one of them brimming with terrifying purple liquid, flowing about. Fei Mo poison, 10 vials, and every one with 100 drops of Fei Mo poison. His eyes gleamed. Fei Mo poison, just one drop, was worth 300 million mixed elements. A powerful chemist from humanity, Fei Mo, had created this, hence the name. It was a powerful corrosive agent, specially used to corrode undying bodies. Normally 10 drops was enough to kill an emperor. Limit as for 100 drops or 1 vial was able to kill an invincible emperor like Tru Yen. Its power was terrifying, but its weakness was obvious. Firstly, it was a one-time use item and diminished easily. Secondly, it only works after making contact with the undying body. Most warriors all wear armors, and the poison has no effect on armors. Hence, one has to tear through the armor and let it touch the enemy's skin or attacking a place that wasn't protected like the face. Also, it was a liquid that had to be carried by an agent, like rubbing it on a weapon and attacking after letting it dry. When the weapon slashes through the enemy, only a small portion of it may actually enter the body, dealing too little damage. Lastly, if 100 drops entered Tru Yen the first time around, with his strength, he would discover the poison, destroying his body. He would instantly give up fighting and would start to focus on his undying energy to push the rest of the poison out. By then, only 1 or 2 drops would have probably succeeded, while the others would be wasted. Hence, each attack usually did best with a little of the poison, acting before the enemy can drive it out. Although it had its weaknesses, it was not as pricey as other heavenly weapons. Like the Kasua dagger, it could be used over and over, piercing into an emperor. Limit would instantly kill him. Whether it was longevity or effectiveness, it far exceeded the Fei Mo poison. However, its price was absurd. 2. Luo Feng brandished a blood shadow blade. This was a newly ordered blade, using expensive G-grade metals, which were on par with the treasure room of the sacrificial tower. The Fei Mo poison was very weak on metals, and it had no way to corrode this new metal blade. Of course, this blade cost close to 100 million points. I've simulated it in the virtual universe over 1,000 times. Nothing should go Wrong. Luo Feng carefully coated the blade with the poison. The blade was fairly small in size, and it could at most have 50 drops of the poison on its surface. After a while, Luo Feng gripped his new blade and looked at it glow with purple light. Smiling, from today on, this blade shall be called Poison Shadow Blade. A Blood Shadow Blade and a Poison Shadow Blade. I'll use the Blood Shadow Blade most of the time and only use the Poison Shadow Blade in critical moments. I have to be patient. The golden horned beast has to train deities of the world and the cloud. Contact vine has to evolve. I have to wait. His eyes gleamed. Purple clock. Emperor, it'll be soon. 1 year later, in his internal world. Howl. The beast raised its head and let out an excited howl. It had finally depleted the large amount of resources that cost 110 billion, amplifying deities of the world to 16 times. Everything is going according to plan. Luo Feng stood on the grass. His eyes were filled with anticipation. Cloud contact vine. Xiao. A beam of light flew over. It was the 256 vines. Cloud contact vine. Luo Feng had used 8 billion points to evolve it from 216 vines to 256, and its power rose from pinnacle official to low emperor if he wanted to raise it more to 360 vines high emperor. That would require over 100 billion points, with a success rate of less than 50. If nurtured from young to have 360 vines, only about 10 billion points would have been required. It was obvious that upgrading a weak plant later on would cost tens to hundreds of times more than simply nurturing a strong one. Who? The vine flew over like an octopus, instantly wrapping about Luo Feng and melding with his skinned master. It communicated excitedly. Ha! Luo Feng smiled. This plant had been with him for so long, risking life and death with him. What was a few points? He would rather spend more points on this one than nurture a new one. The only thing was that he wasn't wealthy enough right now. Plus, with threats mounting, he hadn't reached the level of being able to spend over 100 billion mixed elements to gamble on something with less than 50 success rate. Space lock band. Luo Feng placed a water god crystal into its energy chamber. Silver armor. A silver armor appeared, protecting the cloud contact armor and the armband. Shawu wings. Silver wings opened on his back. It covered the original Sector Lord energy, and powerful energy emanated about the silver-winged and armored. Luo Feng smiled, his eyes gleaming. Babata, he ordered, send a mail immediately to all the Emperor friends I know on Yanji main continent, get their help to search for the automaton camp. Chichang race. Purple clock Emperor. Yes. Babata immediately sent bulk mails to get help. I wonder if they can find him. Babata said he was probably afraid of dealing with you when he spread that news earlier. He might have hidden himself. If I can't find him, I'll put a bounty of him. Luo Feng said softly. Just like how the automaton Ci Wei Ka had placed a bounty on Luo Feng back then, spending up to 10 million as a reward, it would make the warriors of the human camp search for Purple Clock madly. As the Emperor friends of his searched for Purple Clock on Yanji continent, Luo Feng began his trip back from the camp to the continent. Several days later. Universe travel complete. A space ripple occurred at the travel point closest to the main continent and a black disk ship appeared. Within the ship, Luo Feng sat at the control room and frowned. We have so many emperors in the human camp, yet no one has found him. Luo Feng, when Purple Clock released your information before, he definitely guessed that you'd come looking for him, hence, it's normal that he has hidden himself. Finding him 1t be easy. A child head floated in the control room. There's no point waking up early if there's no benefit. Luo Feng laughed. I only got my emperor friends to help keep a lookout. They would at most look around, and there are only so few of them. How vast is the main continent? Back then, when I first came here, I didn't even meet another emperor for an extremely long time. For these emperors to find Purple Clock, it's hard enough. Without any rewards, they wouldn't even order their official underlings to help look, and even if they did so, the officials would only do the bare minimum. Who would actually waste their energy? Luo Feng, you want to give a bounty? Babada's eyes gleamed with excitement. Right, bounty. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. I've long seen through this. Regardless if it's us or the other races, warriors all own treasures, and no one would risk their lives needlessly. For the strong to have treasures is normal, and no one else would risk the danger of fighting for that treasure. The weak having treasure is completely different. Many of them would come to snatch it away. I was very low profile in the past, and no one knew I had treasure, hence, no one ever found trouble with me. However, after the sacrificial tower with Purple Clock publicly announcing, I have no way to stay low profile anymore, since that's so, then I have to display enough strength to scare off the others. The moment I make my move, it has to completely shock and scare off all of the other warriors. Luo Feng muttered, only that would be worth it. That's my aim for this time. To let them know the consequences of offending me. That day, he sent out bounties to the countless warriors in the human camp on Yanji main continent. They were all shocked, because it wasn't a private offering, but rather a public bounty sent through the army system to all allies on Yanji main continent. And Luo Feng had already transferred the reward to the army system account. 50 million mixed elements. This bounty simply required one to just discover the location of Purple Clock. Once the coordinates are confirmed, that person would receive 50 million. Madness. This human Yang sure is mad. He has been hiding in the camp for so long, but the moment he appears, he puts a huge bounty of Purple Clock. 50 million. We officials usually at most only have 10 million in total. It takes countless years to even get that amount, and now all we have to do is discover this other emperor's location, and we get such a huge sum. Madness. 50 million. This Yang sure is wealthy. Haha, this is getting interesting. All the other race warriors are watching him, and he still dares to put such a bounty on Purple Clock. Looks like he must be prepared, and the battle will be interesting. Who is Purple Clock? Yang is placing a bounty on Purple Clock. Looks like this Purple Clock must have been the one that revealed information about him. The entire Yanji continent was in an uproar. There were after all very few emperors, and most of them were officials and normal undyings. To them, the 50 million mixed elements was a huge sum, which was enough to make all of them go crazy. They wouldn't dare go fight with the other race emperors, but they still dared to occasionally eavesdrop and search about. The hunt for Purple Clock Emperor had started. Countless undyings from the human camp were madly searching about, just like when the other race warriors were searching for Yang before. Now it was the other way around. However, the human camp's search was much crazier. This was after all a public bounty. However, 1 day, 2 days, half a month, 1 month. There was no news of Purple Clock. What's up with him? Luo Feng had almost reached Yanji main continent in his ship. He frowned and muttered in the control room. Not right, he let out news to force my hand, and he should be wanting me to reveal myself now that I've released a public bounty. He should have reacted, and the news of my bounty is huge. It should have reached him. He should know that I'm looking for him. But he's vanished. Did he leave the main continent? Luo Feng shook his head. No, for purple clock to force him to reveal himself. It shouldn't be that simple. Luo Feng, I have a feeling that he's hiding to observe what happens. He will show himself sooner or later, Babata said. According to the battles from the tower, he's extremely scheming. Unless there's no hope, he would never give up. Even against the Emperor Limit Gold Song, he still dared to attack. Against you, he would definitely not be scared away. Luo Feng nodded. Automaton Camp's virtual world, within an iron skyscraper, on a particular level S hall. Purple Clock sat casually eating food. Suddenly the door opened and two warriors entered. One of them was completely covered in fur with a single red eye, almost like an upright beast, and he gave off a wild energy. The other was a tall and skinny warrior, over 8 m tall, in a silver robe and black mask. His mask had peculiar engravings. Purple Clock, you sure are relaxed, enjoying delicacies in the virtual world. Don't you know that countless undyings form the human camp are madly searching for you on the main continent? The tall and skinny man had a piercing voice as he said, the bounty on your head is 50 million. This is akin to our automaton camp's 100 million indigo gems. This is no small sum. The beast spoke, as his voice echoed with growls of a beast. Blood Beast Emperor, Heavy Arrow Emperor. He looked up and revealed a smile. Don't I have you two Emperor limits here? Who would I fear on the main continent? Ha ha ha, the beast immediately let out a roaring laughter. Purple Clock, you are right with us too. Within the entire Yanji continent, none of the emperors are a threat at all. Ha ha, the tall masked man laughed lightly. His laughter was filled with confidence. Purple Clock continued, as for the 50 million bounty on me, it can only mean one thing. This human young is extremely wealthy as long as we kill him. Haha, I believe the rewards will definitely surprise you too. Both emperors nodded. Blood Beast Emperor, Heavy Arrow Emperor. The both of them were specially invited by Purple Clock. They were both Emperor limits in Star Tower. There were hardly any Emperor limits on Yanji continent. Only the most dangerous region of the area, Star Tower, had such warriors. They were both no weaker than Gold Song. This time, Purple Clock had specially paid both 5 billion indigo gems along with 1/3 of the spoils to get them to assist him. They could get 1/3 of the human Yang's wealth. Blood Beast and Heavy Arrow would even get 5 billion up front. Even if they knew that Yang wasn't T1 to mess with, they both still agreed. Shouldn't he be messed with? It's because of that you invited 2 Emperor limits. Purple Clock is indeed generous. Looks like that human's wealth must be shocking too. He truly got the treasure from the sacrificial tower. Even 1/3 for us each would be a huge sum. This will be huge. A high emperor, even with his trump cards and warrior friends, who would we have to fear? Both emperors had conversed secretly when they were invited. Finally they both accepted. Purple Clock, Blood Beast and Heavy Arrow sat around the dining table and chatted while enjoying delicacies. Purple Clock, that human has placed such a huge bounty on you. When will you Show yourself, Heavy Arrow said softly. I have to first, let him think that I'm weak, he smiled, let him think I'm afraid, haha, I'll first hide outside the continent, they have no way to find me, however, it's not long before I'll show myself. I'll suddenly appear and purposely let myself be discovered by the human camp, luring him into the trap. His eyes gleamed with ferocity, then I'll get you two to help two Emperor limits working together should be enough to crush him with overwhelming strength. The moment we make a move, we will completely leave him with no chance. Haha, thrilling, I respect your style, Blood Beast laughed loudly, his voice booming about, right, we can completely overwhelm him. I hate the long tiring fights, those are too troublesome, it's better to completely squash the enemy. Heavy Arrow nodded. You two should prepare outside the continent. Purple Clock laughed. The moment he enters my trap, I will immediately inform you two, and you should teleport immediately. Relax, Blood Beast said. We'll both head to the space outside Yenji continent to await your call. Heavy Arrow said. Purple Clock smiled and toasted. I one tea make you two wait long, come, let us toast to acquiring the sacrificial tower treasure. Come, to the treasure, Blood Beast lifted his glass. To the dead human, Heavy Arrow Emperor lifted his glass. The glasses clinked. Luo Feng was awaiting Purple Clock's news when Tru Yen sent a mail to him, stating he was at Yuxiang Mountain waiting for him. Within Luo Feng's villa in Primal Region, Yuxiang Mountain, the staff had already brewed a hot pot of tea. Tru Yen sniffed it before taking a sip. Teacher, Luo Feng walked in. You wanted to see me? Tru Yen put down his cup and smiled proudly. Disciple, this tea from your home Earth is not bad, it's comparable to the drinks from many other places. And the more I taste it, the more I like it. I've added this tea to my collection, also its price is very reasonable. Since you like it, I will let my family prepare the latest brews and send it to you and the Primal Chaos City leader, Luo Feng said. Tea leaves were a business of the Pinghai Company. The company had some foundation in Earth, naturally it would cultivate different types in different parts of the universe, studying new tea leaves and creating more flavors. In terms of quantity, naturally, his family had the most. Haha, good, Tru Yen laughed. I'm here today because I heard your young identity has recently sold a great amount of expensive goods, and after checking, I learned about the 7th battlefield Yenji continent, and that the news of you acquiring the sacrificial tower treasure has spread. Is this true? Yes, Luo Feng nodded. His teacher naturally knew of his young identity. Tru Yen was shocked, his eyes gleamed. Any trouble? Some, Luo Feng smiled, but I can handle it, don't worry. That's good, I know your personality, since you can say so, I'm not worried at all. Tru Yen nodded and asked curiously, how much is the treasure worth to create such a fuss? Hundreds of billions of mixed elements. Luo Feng didn't hide at all. Tru Yen stared shocked. Hundreds of billions, you are not joking, right? For a place like Yenji, to have treasure worth tens of billions is already not bad. How did it get so high? Luo Feng smiled. Haha, lucky fellow, I truly got a good disciple. Tru Yen laughed loudly, and his eyes pleased. Disciple, I'm very satisfied with your performance on Yenji continent. However, you cannot be proud just because I'm satisfied. Doesn't mean your other teacher, the city leader, will be satisfied. His perspectives are much higher than mine. I understand. Luo Feng nodded. His city leader teacher stood at the pinnacle of trillions of races, and to satisfy him wasn't such an easy task. To the city leader, hundreds of billions of mixed elements wasn't even worth mentioning as the number one person of the virtual universe company. With his authority, he could easily check everything about Luo Feng in the outer region. Wars yet, he had never complimented Luo Feng on acquiring the treasure, maybe. To him, it wasn't even worth saying. The only time he had truly complimented Luo Feng was when he created his pinnacle technique, Moon Policy. Work hard. Since the primal chaos city leader has taken you in, you cannot relax at all. This position as the disciple was full of honor, and also full of pressure. All warriors would naturally expect your performance to far exceed other warriors. Only then would you be worthy of that title. Performing exceptionally is to be expected. If you don't reach that standard, you will be mocked, Tru Yan said. Yes, teacher, Luo Feng nodded. Just like how Purple Clock was shocked by Luo Feng's performance back in the tower. However, if he had only known that he was facing the disciple of the primal chaos city leader, then, no matter how many trump cards Luo Feng took out, he wouldn't have been shocked. He would have considered it as absolutely normal. One had to know just what kind of being the city leader was. Luo Feng chatted with Tru Yan for a while. Tru Yan was proud of him and predicted that Luo Feng would become his most exceptional student. However, he was still worried within that he wouldn't be recognized by the primal chaos city leader. Naturally, he paid close attention to his growth. He often came to reiterate this point. Hearing you say this Purple Clock sounds extremely scheming and evil. And he definitely has already set up a trap. Tru Yan nodded. To release such information, he definitely has a plan. He wouldn't hide from fear. I thought so too, Luo Feng nodded, but he still hasn't shown himself. Wait patiently, Tru Yan said. You must have patience. Even though your enemy sounds strong, I believe you can handle it. There were many in the universe that could actually reach the level of Emperor limit. However, very few actually become invincible amongst emperors and close to night level techniques, law comprehension, amplification techniques, treasures, mental state. None could be lacking. Tru Yan had experienced countless types of warriors and had vast experience. He easily saw through Purple Clock just from hearing about him, be it his craftiness or scheming personality. He saw through it all, but he was clear that his disciple Luo Feng would be able to deal with it properly. Luo Feng may seem normal and average, but he was wise and understood his own strengths and weaknesses, knowing when to stay low profile and when to unleash his full strength. Even in the face of death, he is able to make a calm decision. That was Luo Feng. Compared to Purple Clock, that was true wisdom, a seemingly low profile, but terrifying enemy. Your weakness lies in your own strength. Being weak, Tru Yan said. Don't get careless. I've already made preparations. Luo Feng nodded. Of course, the universe has too many mysterious things about. I do not dare proclaim absolute guarantee, but I at least have 90 confidence. Do. Luo Feng, there's a call request along with a mail, both from the same number, Babata said. Luo Feng gently tapped in mid-air and a screen appeared. He first received the call and opened the mail. On it was a black-armored, tall and sturdy bull giant. Said, I've discovered the whereabouts of the Chichon warrior, Purple Clock. Emperor, his coordinates are. The mail had the same details. He has been found. Luo Feng immediately stood up. Very good, the moment it's confirmed, I will send the reward over, Luo Feng replied. Please rush over to the location once time passes, he might slip away, the bull giant said. Pa. The call was cut and Tru Yen smiled beside. Purple Clock has shown himself. Yes, Luo Feng nodded. This will be a life or death battle, even if you have the advantage, don't get careless, Tru Yen reminded him. Go on, I'll be here awaiting your good news. Yes. Luo Feng smiled, after which he vanished from the virtual universe. Yanji continent, within an ice cave. Purple Clock sat cross-legged alone on an ice rock. His large and mini scanners were only scanning, and their jamming abilities were deliberately shut off. Hence, the lucky official level Undying from the human camp was able to discover him. Discovered me. An official level punk, he said softly. I'll rely on you to get Yang into my trap. Consider yourself lucky. Wang. Purple Clock sensed the space ripples about. He was proficient in the space laws, and was able to teleport too. Hence, he was incredibly sensitive in being able to feel the space ripples. Spatial ripples, teleportation. His eyes gleamed. The human has fallen into my trap. About 1,000 kilometers away from him, the silver-winged and armored human appeared simultaneously with a black silhouette. Chawu Emperor, thanks, Luo Feng said. Look for me if you need such help again. The silhouette laughed before vanishing. I have to keep relying on Pinnacle Emperors since I cannot teleport. It's a pity, my law comprehension is far from it. Luo Feng shook his head and ordered, Babada, have you found Purple Clock? Purple Clock is 3,201 kilometers away in that ice cave. He is sitting cross-legged on a rock, and even though his scanning device is activated, it's not jamming any signals. He is obviously waiting for you, Babada communicated. I know he has got a plan. We both know it. Luo Feng laughed. We are both not stupid, since both are prepared, knowing both sides one T back down. This fight is unavoidable. He is obviously very confident, but I am confident too. When he falls, he will regret this. Babada, since the report was accurate, send the reward to that lucky official, Luo Feng said. Yes. At different levels, the amount offered was different too. Babada, we have to give Purple Clock a greeting. Luo Feng smiled. Alina attacked twice according to the plan earlier. Yes, master. The mother nest appeared beside him. Thousands of km away in the cave, Purple Clock frowned. There were two consecutive ripples earlier. They were both teleportation, appearing and leaving. That should be a warrior bringing Yang over. Then he left alone. Since Yang is here, why hasn't there been any movement? Does he not dare to attack me? Numerous bug soldiers circled around the mother nest, and every soldier was 10 to 100 apart, forming a huge ball. 1 million tiger armored kings formed a huge ball, and the other ball consisted of 500,000 tiger armored kings, 200,000 shadow spear kings, and 200,000 hunting mantis kings. Wang. Close to 2 million kings stored their energy. Luo Feng's mini-scanner was able to completely cover 20 kilometers. As for the entire area of the ball, in terms of space, it blocked out all sensing from outside. Attack. The silver-armored youth standing beside the mother nest smiled and ordered. Yes, master, Alina replied. First wave attack. Rumble, 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 rumble. The million tiger armored bugs released all their stored energies. The skies and land instantly changed color as countless laser beams shot out and gathered in a glaring and terrifying spot, which turned into a beam. This energy beam hit the ice mountain and it was reduced to nothing. The mountain range slowly disappeared. Rumble. A terrifying energy wave spread out. Second wave, attack. Alina released control of the first wave and immediately controlled the second wave. Once again, they gathered their energy and unleashed it all on a targeted spot, destroying everything in its path. Back. All back into the world ring. Luo Feng first kept the mother nest in his ring and collected the soldiers after. Purple Clock, who had been sitting cross-legged within, muttered that human Yang may be acting cautious, carefully scanning from outside. Suddenly a terrifying energy blast descended. It reached here at light speed with only a few thousands km of distance, at 300,000 kilometers per second. How long would it take to reach? By the time Purple Clock sensed it, the attack had already reached. Not good against the terrifying attack. He instantly teleported and vanished, escaping. Rumble. A thick laser beam decimated the area, never once exploding. The point of explosion for the attacks were completely controlled by the Queen. As the million beams gather, 10 at a time, they began to condense until 100 of them were gathered. A tear, another 10, and another, until the numbers grew absurd before and reaching its limit. The distance, angle, projection would all affect the condensing of beams. Only when it had fully gathered to its limit would it explode. As long as the Queen willed it, she could make the attack explode hundreds of thousands of km away, or millions of km away. This time, Luo Feng knew that this attack had no way to harm Purple Clock with his ancient clock, and he could teleport too, since it wasn't within the sacrificial tower. Even though he had the space lock armband, this was his trump card. He would only use it at a critical time. This bug attack didn't have enough power, and the enemy had teleportation ability. Hence, he made the Queen only explode at 300 kilometers away. His goal was simply to stir up the enemy, forcing him to reveal his trump cards early. 2 waves, one after another, with only a difference of 0.1 seconds. After which Luo Feng immediately kept the Queen and then the soldiers as for the full explosion, that happened a full second later. Even so, when Purple Clock sensed the terrifying energy rushing over, he was so scared he immediately teleported. Xiao. He teleported to a distant place on the continent. What a terrifying attack! He took a deep breath, his eyes raging. This human must have bought a terrifying weapon after acquiring the treasure. That combined attack before is akin to a pinnacle Emperor's explosion. Luckily, I invited Emperor limits. These attacks are useless. He floated in the air for 10 seconds before teleporting back. The explosion caused the entire ice mountain range to be reduced to nothing, leaving a vast crater over 1 million km deep. After a while, a silhouette appeared within Purple Clock. Emperor appeared. He gazed down at the huge crater and at the distant silver-armored and winged youth. He couldn't help but feel shocked. This human unleashed such an attack the moment he arrived. He is too arrogant and confident, or is he simply stupid from the battle in the tower? He didn't seem stupid at all. I cannot get careless. The moment I'm not careful, I could lose my life. I better immediately call the 2 Emperor limits over, and let them take the risks instead. I'll just wait for my chance to kill him. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. Luo Feng's goal had been reached. His bug army attack had completely scared Purple Clock. Such power, if it was a flame god crystal, it would be worth tens of billions of points if it was some automaton weapon. Just the energy usage alone would be shocking to attack like that. One must be incredibly confident. He didn't know that Luo Feng had a bug army, and every one of them was at a sector lord level, and they could replenish their own energy, unlike automaton weapons that required a huge amount of storing before it could be used. Blood Beast Emperor, Heavy Arrow Emperor. Purple Clock contacted the two of them via the virtual world. That human is here. He is already here, however, from what I see, he has some special weapons. Hence, we cannot be careless, act according to the third plan. Third plan. Blood Beast was shocked. We cannot hesitate, we have to go all out from the beginning. There are two parts to this plan. First, the both of you will teleport to two different locations, then, through the virtual world. Purple Clock swiftly went through the plan. He had wanted to exchange a few blows with Luo Feng alone initially, but now he was scared into calling both Emperor limits immediately. Yanji continent side regions, Blood Beast and Heavy Arrow were already waiting within a palace. The two of them exchanged glances. Don't hold anything back, Blood Beast roared, we have to kill that human immediately. Relax, Heavy Arrow smiled, with our combined attacks, I don't believe he can dodge. Even though they said so, they were both Emperor limits after all. With their status, they definitely had heavenly survival treasures, etc. Even though they talked about going all out, they wouldn't waste their trump cards unnecessarily. Xiao. They both teleported and vanished in midair. Silver-winged Luo Feng stared at the distant Purple Clock. Purple Clock, I still thought you were too afraid to show yourself. He gazed at him. Didn't you spread the news about me, and yet when I appeared, you hid yourself. I had to place a bounty just to find you. This is something you should have found out much earlier, and yet you only appeared now. Looks like you are confident in dealing with me. Humph, I did spread the news, but you hid for pretty long too. Purple Clock smiled. Looks like you bought some special weapon, automaton weapon, or other races. One to in a bit, Luo Feng mocked. Ah, looks like you have some trump cards. Purple Clock smiled. His race's appearance, however, made his smile look even more malevolent. He was waiting. Luo Feng was waiting too. They were both waiting for each other. I'll let you be proud first. Blood Beast and Heavy Arrow will be here immediately. No matter what you have, they will take the blow first. I want to see just what you got from the treasure of the tower. No matter what, the body's strength is still the foundation. Purple Clock was cold and filled with killing intent. Purple Clock, bring out whatever you have, otherwise, it won't be worth my time. Luo Feng muttered within. Xiao. Two silhouettes appeared in the distance. Purple Clock's eyes gleamed with glee. They are here. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed coldly and gazed at the distance. The two silhouettes gave off terrifying energies, among which the tall Blood Beast Emperor glowed with a blood-colored light, and Heavy Arrow made Luo Feng shudder. Within their energies were no weaker than the amplified gold song. Emperor limits, Luo Feng thought. Blood Beast and Heavy Arrow Emperor. Before the battle, Luo Feng had naturally studied quite a bit within the entire 26th camp area, including Yanji and Star Tower. He knew about all the strong and renowned warriors, especially the Emperor limits, of which there were these two. It's actually these two, this is going to be troublesome, Luo Feng thought. Human. Blood Beast's single eye was terrifying. Human Heavy Arrow always wore a mask, making it impossible to see his expression. The two had unleashed all their strength and stared at Luo Feng together. Xiao xiao. Both of them teleported and rushed at Luo Feng. Dyed Purple Clock watched from thousands of km away, happily anticipating. If he didn't have to act at all, letting just the two Emperor limits kill Luo Feng, how perfect that would be. This is the right moment. Luo Feng instantly unleashed Strike Travel with his wings and immediately rushed at Purple Clock. Shwa shwa. Blood Beast and Heavy Arrow appeared simultaneously and discovered that Luo Feng's instantaneous acceleration far exceeded theirs, leaving them both stunned. Space Lock Armband. Activate. A formless void engraving spread over 10,000 kilometers around him. This was almost like a formless water membrane. The space ripples within were completely locked down. Space Lock. All three enemies were shocked. You all, Luo Feng's eyes gleamed with madness, cannot escape now. Within an area with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers, the translucent void engravings floated around. Anything within this space had its space ripples stopped at this point. Blood Beast and Heavy Arrow were both nervous and angry. They communicated mentally. Purple Clock, didn't you say this human was weak, not knowing how to teleport or perform space lock? These engravings. Purple Clock looked on in shock. Right, these are the engravings from the tower. It must be some special weapon from the treasure chest that allowed this human to do this. This is unbelievable. This human young definitely doesn't know space lockdown. Don't you see the surrounding floating engravings? Purple Clock replied, these are common engravings from the statues about Yan Ji. He must have gotten a special weapon to do this. Relying on a weapon to use space lockdown. Both emperors were shocked, after which they laughed excitedly and greedily. Such a treasure was priceless. It was definitely a true treasure. We've struck gold. Give it your all, kill that human. Just that treasure alone would be plenty for us. It may seem slow, but their conversation actually only took an instant, as they were rushing towards Luo Feng. While it seemed like they were doing a combined attack, Purple Clock was much slower than the other two. Bring it! Luo Feng flapped his wings and became a beam of light, drawing closer to Purple Clock. The three warriors surrounded Luo Feng. They were filled with killing intent. Yang, you are dead. Purple Clock smiled with excitement. Very good, just like that. Luo Feng felt the distance between the enemies draw closer. Suddenly he smiled widely. Now he flipped his hand. Two glowing red-black crystals appeared. These crystals seem round, in truth. They each had 10,081 sides, and had space engravings locked within both of them. Gave off terrifying energies. What did he take out? Blood Beast Emperor's single eye gleamed, carefully looking. The three of them were from the automaton camp, and these crystals were created by the automatons. They were common but expensive. The Emperor limits couldn't bear to buy such weapons, but they were extremely familiar with most sorts of weapons. Just one look scared the wits out of them. My God, it's the strongest flame god crystal. It's the strongest flame god crystal. Blood Beast was filled with rage and shock, immediately slowing down to flee. It's the strongest flame god crystal. Heavy Arrow had finally seen it. Clearly too, he too was stunned, not even hesitating to turn and try to flee. What the excited purple clock was shocked by the scene, he couldn't care less as well, as he immediately turned to flee. Madman, a pure madman, that's the strongest flame god crystal blood beast. Held even an emperor limit may fall from that, and he took out 2 of them. Together the moment it explodes, even if I don't die, I'd be in a terrible state. Each crystal is worth 100s of billions of indigo gems, and 2 is twice that. How did he get 2 of them, and how can he dare to take out 2? Is he not afraid of dying from it? Flee, that's a madman purple clock, the human you are dealing with is a madman. Heavy arrow roared. Flee. Purple clock gritted his teeth. Luo Feng had indeed brandished the strongest flame god crystal. It took a lot of work to condense and stabilize so much energy this strongest crystal cost. Luo Feng, with his primal chaos city leader disciple position, close to 30 billion mixed elements each. Like heavy arrow, blood beast or purple clock, those not from the automaton camp had to spend at least hundreds of billions of indigo gems to purchase one of these. One mixed element is about 2 indigo gems. Back when purple clock took out a flame god crystal worth 10 billion mixed elements, it was already akin to 3 times a pinnacle emperor's explosion. And the ones Luo Feng just took out were akin to 10 times a pinnacle emperor's explosion. It had a certain guarantee of making an emperor limit fall and taking out 2 at a time, even if purple clock used his ancient clock to diffuse 90 of the force. He was only a pinnacle emperor. How could he dare defend against it? Flee, flee, flee. The 3 held within, all cursing that they couldn't teleport. Only then did they realize why the human had used spacelock. It was obviously to stop them from fleeing. You want to make it. Luo Feng casually tossed the 2 crystals in different directions. They had already ignited. The 3 of them slowed to a stop. They had just begun to flee when the terrifying, strongest flame god crystals began to explode. It was almost like a million stars exploding instantly. 2 supernovas were instantly formed as the terrifying energy condensed within was unleashed. The space about were instantly reduced to stream particles as the space slits had countless fragments that were melted into particles. Madman, madman, madman. Blood beast held. Is he not afraid of death? Does he have enough confidence to survive the 2 crystals head-on? No. Blood beast held. Rumble. A huge beast projection appeared behind him. It was of a furry peculiar beast with blood-colored eyes and stars. He had obviously given his all to protect himself. He didn't wish to die just like that. Simultaneously, the glaring stars of destruction was so bright that no one could open their eyes. It completely engulfed blood beast. Just who did this purple clock mess with? Is he completely going for suicide? Heavy arrow was filled with rage. He had many trump cards, but could use none on Luo Feng before the 2 crystals exploded. I must survive. I must survive. Heavy arrow roared. Otherwise, I can only wait for the distant future where I will be revived. However, once I'm revived, it's akin to selling my soul to the automaton race. No. Silence. The light instantly engulfed Heavy Arrow. How can he be so crazy? His defense is very strong. Does he have a space fortress or god base? Is he hiding within something like that? However, even a knight cannot afford a god base, so he can't have one either. He has defensive treasures, but how can he possibly survive this? I must withstand it. Then I'll kill him after and take his treasure. I still haven't used all my Trump card's purple clock was sullen, letting the two emperor limits attack. First was only the first part of his plan. He was the type to let the strong be his cannon fodder, just like back in the tower. He first let Goldsung lead him when things were going bad. He instigated for the others to kill each other till he remained. This time was the same. He first let the two emperor limits go and had them dig out Luo Feng's trump cards. However, the moment his trump cards were out, it was too terrifying. Two strongest flame god crystals. I have to withstand it. An ancient clock appeared around his body. Within a silver light glowed simultaneously. The glaring white light swallowed him up. Purple clock and the others never expected Luo Feng to be that crazy. This was just the first move, and it was absurd. Even though its power was great, it had a great flaw, which was that it attacked everyone without prejudice. The strongest force was within this tens of thousands of km. Luo Feng naturally was hit by it too. That white light engulfed him too. There was silence. The glaring white light engulfed tens of millions of km around everything. Within the area, the ground, rocks, underground palace, everything was reduced to particles. After a prolonged silence, explosions occurred all over as a formless pressure rushed in all directions, knocking away the distant mountain rangers, tearing apart the ground and canyons millions of km away. Human, you will die, you are definitely dead. Within his ancient clock, purple clock held. In that instance, he was reduced to ashes. Even though the clock would diffuse 90 of the force, this was after all the strongest flame god crystal. It had a power capable of killing even an emperor limit, even after diffusing 90 with two strongest crystals exploding, as all four of them were caught in the strongest blast region. He was naturally destroyed, and part of his undying body was destroyed too. He lost over 50 of his undying body. Even so, he managed to survive. I'm not dead, he howled within. He began to reform his undying body in the ancient clock. If I'm not dead, that means you will die. Xiao. A silver arc tore through the white glowing sky, rushing below the ancient clock. It was a silver-armored and winged Luo Feng. He held in his hand a blade, a purple light glowing on its edges. It was obviously the poisoned shadow blade. Pucci. He slashed at the bottom of the ancient clock at the reforming particles of purple clock. Purple clock, let me send you off. Luo Feng howled at the reforming undying body. The Fei Mo poison on the blade madly attacked at his undying body. It seeped in, and even though it was harder to actually destroy an Emperor Limit's body against a pinnacle emperor, especially one that had over 50 destroyed already, it caused the body to instantly crumble. Purple clock was reduced to ashes from the explosion just as he was reforming. Luo Feng found him and he was stunned. How can this be? The time between my reforming is only that short. How did he rush over in such a short time? Unless the flame god crystal explosion didn't destroy his body, that's impossible. In truth, Luo Feng's body was fine from the explosion. Back then, in the sacrificial tower, when the elder Qiu Qi Ka had exploded in the room, Luo Feng could withstand it head-on. This flame god crystal explosion was tens of times stronger than that one. Back then, the room was completely shut. This explosion, however, happened in such a vast space. Theoretically speaking, the enclosed explosion back then would definitely create a bigger force. Qiu Qi Ka had exploded alone. This time, however, there were two crystals. After the two were combined, It add up to 10 times the explosion force of Chiu Chi Ka S in the enclosed room. Back then, Luo Feng's cloud contact armor was at pinnacle official level, and its sturdiness was akin to a low emperor. Now, it was a low emperor, but was akin to a high emperor human. Through the Shawu wings and general armor diffusing the force to only a thousandth akin to a low emperor explosion, and with the high emperor cloud contact armor, it only barely managed to break through the cloud contact armor. Slightly hence, it was unable to completely destroy it. Compared to the tower back then, the explosion this time was 10 times stronger, but my cloud contact armor has also grown. You were all reduced to ashes, but I'm totally fine. Luo Feng rushed straight through the explosion. Accurately speaking, it was because of the wings and the general armor that the cloud contact vine could withstand it as long as it could do that. Luo Feng would be fine. He easily withstood the force, plus purple clock was only a few thousandths km away with just a flap of his wings. He naturally reached beside him just as purple clock was reforming. Luo Feng acted according to his plan and slashed him with the poison shadow blade. This blade was vicious. How could he get here so fast? Purple clock was filled with suspicion. However, as he realized Luo Feng's blade slash over, he mocked, even the flame God crystal couldn't kill me. Your blade cannot even tear through my undying body, it's simply too Puchi. A blade slashed through. The poison shadow blade tore into his broken undying body, and right away the Famo poison began to destroy his body into pieces. No, purple clock was completely shocked by the poison. He instantly chose to break off that part of his undying body, but it was too late. An emperor limit required about 10 drops of poison to die, but a pinnacle emperor only needed 1 drop. And usually with quick reflexes, one slash would only have about 0.308 drops of poison entering the body. Purple clock only had less than 50 of his body left. The 0.72 drops of poison instantly ran through his body onto every fragment, invading every cell he had no way to defend against it. It's over, he instantly understood. I'm about to die. He was filled with rage and regret. However, before he died, he swiftly connected to the virtual world. Virtual world. Mass send mail to everyone. His consciousness formed a body that stood in the living room and raged. According to his plan, one part of it was if he couldn't deal with Yang, he would drag in a large number of other emperors. He had prepared this mail long ago. Even the location and coordinates were in the cave he was in. Hua hua hua. The mail was sent out like snowflakes, instantly reaching large numbers of emperors in the automaton camp. That Yang has appeared. Where? Sacrificial tower treasure. Ha ha ha. He has appeared. The large number of emperors received the mail and immediately reacted. Even though they were very excited, these emperors weren't stupid. They couldn't teleport immediately, because there were very few that could actually teleport, and also, what if it was a trap? Hence, they began to form their alliances with groups of emperors together. They would be much stronger and less fearful of a trap. Ha 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 ha. Purple clock felt his consciousness crumble. He simply looked up and laughed madly. He didn't lead an ordinary life, having acquired the ancient clock and even killing 2 emperor limits and many other pinnacle emperors. He was definitely considered an absolute being amongst the Chichang race. In his heart, he still had hopes of becoming a knight, of becoming a greater being. However, Because he messed with the human yang, even though he had prepared adequately. None of his plans could be used in time, the flame god crystal explosion and the Fei-mo poison instantly took his life. Even if I die, don't think you'll get off easy, he howled fiercely. Pa. His consciousness became a bubble and broke, vanishing forever. He would never reappear. Even though he was from the automaton camp, the high and mighty universe. Masters of the automaton race may revive a large number of warriors in the future. However, for the Chichong race, they would at most revive the emperor. Limits even if his luck was good and he was chosen, because he had fused with the ancient clock. It had a great effect on the revival. The backlash from the revival would be akin to the revival of a night. Hence, once the universe masters discover the ancient clock on him, they would most probably give up on reviving him. Having true treasures and falling made it harder for revival. And if one wanted to forcefully destroy the treasure and revive, the price would be 10 to hundreds of times that of the treasure itself. Simply carrying the treasure alone made revival extra hard. Purple Clock, who had the ancient clock, was set never to be revived unless the universe master was willing to take the backlash. Purple Clock hence fell. In the distant regions of Yanji continent, there were many emperors from the automaton camp that were chatting within the virtual world. Xiao. The warriors with teleportation began to gather the others all together. And Meng Emperor, the news suddenly broke out, and it's from Purple Clock. Emperor, it was obviously sent in a group mail to all the warriors. Would this be some ploy? A group of oddly appearing emperors all gathered in midair. The only similarity they shared was they were all from the automaton camp. It might be some trap. But it could be true too. The group all communicated. Suddenly one short and stony god shouted, I tried contacting Purple Clock. The virtual world informed me that he has fallen. Already fallen. Dead. All the suspicious emperors had tried too. The virtual world system did reply to them all, letting them know that he had fallen. This made them instantly trust the message that was sent. At least 90. The system's record of his death meant he was connected when he fell, hence it naturally knew of his situation. Everything had to be scanned before confirmed. Like the Yun-mo planet master Hu Yan-bo, he had never opened his connection to the virtual universe to scan himself when he fell over 10,000 years ago. No one ever knew. Hurry and go. Purple Clock has fallen. The battle must have been intense. The group all shouted excitedly. However, large amounts of our automaton warriors will definitely go with our numbers. We need not fear him. We can teleport directly to hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from the location. Even if there's trouble, we'll be prepared. Let us go. Xiao. The group instantly vanished and rushed to the fight. Even though they all had different levels of strength, with even some low emperors, they weren't afraid because there was no killing within the same camp. As long as large amounts of them worked together, they would be naturally safe. What's more, killing an emperor wasn't exactly an easy thing to do. They all regarded Purple Clock's death as something that the enemy had to pay a huge price for. Yanji continent, in the distant Star Tower. Groups and groups of automaton emperors began to teleport to the fight. Of course, the emperors in Yanji continent naturally reached first. As for the distant Star Tower, they first had to find a safe spot before teleporting via God Country and finally teleporting to the target spot. This alone took quite some time. At the battleground, the broken space began to madly recover. One could visibly see the space reforming. Blood Beast Emperor howled, as his body was completely reformed. I actually lost 42 of my undying body. How long would it take me to recover? His single eye was filled with rage. The loss of his body meant the loss of his soul, and such a huge loss required a long time to recover. He could actually use treasures in the universe to assist in the recovery, but they were all incredibly expensive, hence, how could he afford to do so? On the other end, I lost 59 of my undying body. Heavy Arrow had it worse. I don't even have 10 of my original strength. Even a pinnacle emperor can suppress me. Even though the strongest flame god crystal had the ability to kill an emperor. Limit, who wound T have their own defenses, special armor, or techniques to decrease attacks, 20, 30, along with plant life forms, metal life forms, etc. Emperor limits would normally have all of these. Even so, they still suffered heavy losses. At the other end, the silver-winged and armored Luo Feng wielded the poisoned shadow blade. Looking at the items left behind from the fallen purple clock, he swept the world rings, armor, ancient clock, and everything into his own world ring. Thanks, purple clock. Luo Feng said softly. He turned tens of thousands of km away. The space shook violently, as tens of emperors suddenly appeared in another direction. The space shook too as groups and groups of emperors began to arrive. When the first batch of 10 emperors appeared tens of thousands of km away, Blood Beast, Heavy Arrow, and Luo Feng were on the move. I've lost 42 of my undying body, and that human actually withstood the entire blast. It's unbelievable. If he uses another flame god crystal, I may fall. It isn't worth losing my life over the sacrificial tower treasure. Blood Beast swiftly flew at his max speed, trying to rush out of the space lock area. Flee. The damaged Heavy Arrow chose the same path. These two were scared off by the explosion. The first explosion destroyed everything around them with two strongest flame god crystals, that was akin to 200 billion indigo gems instantly reduced to nothing. Its power, however, was shocking. To survive this first wave alone was hard enough. They didn't have the confidence to take another. They both flew simultaneously in different directions. There is just this one human. He can only chase one of us, and the space lockdown area is only so small. There is no way he can get both of us both. Emperor's thoughts were similar. With a diameter of 10,000 kilometers, this was truly very small area to such warriors. As long as they rushed straight out, if Luo Feng hesitated for even a second, they would be able to escape. However, at Luo Feng's level, how could he lose focus at the critical moment? Heavy Arrow suffered more damage. I'll deal with him first. So he flapped his wings and shot after Heavy Arrow. Haha, Blood Beast and Luo Feng flew in different directions. He naturally escaped the spacelock region. I won't stay here any longer. He glanced at the stunned 10 emperors that just appeared, smiling coldly. Those punks, they can only hope the human doesn't go crazy again. If he does, their little bit of strength would be destroyed by the flame god crystals. It's time to leave. He didn't dare stay any longer. Shwa. He vanished and teleported far away. The automaton camp and Meng Emperor and the other group of tens of emperors had just arrived, but the scene in front of them certainly shocked them. An area over 10 million km of vast land, rivers, mountains, snow, everything was gone, leaving nothing but a wasteland. The ripples from the terrifying explosion before were still resonating around the area. Just the ripples alone were enough to make the emperors shudder. What shocked them even more was the incredibly renowned and invincible Heavy Arrow and Blood Beast Emperor. These two emperor limits were fleeing madly in two different directions. Blood Beast managed to escape and teleport. Heavy Arrow, however, was being chased by a silver-winged and armored human. Just what happened here? Madness. This. The emperors were all stunned and pondering as the scene before them was simply too unexpected. What sort of attack would reduce such a huge area to nothing? How terrifying of an attack was this? Even an emperor limit wouldn't be able to do so much damage. Madness. It's no wonder Purple Clock fell. What happened here? Blood Beast and Heavy Arrow are both emperor limits. How can they be losing? Blood Beast has escaped, but Heavy Arrow is being chased. They were stunned in mid-air. Another batch of emperors appeared, and another. The many groups began to rush over as the numbers quickly exceeded 100. However, when they arrived, they were all stunned. According to the explosion ripples and the area of wasteland, they could easily deduce just how terrifying the attack was. It was able to completely destroy all of them. And the scene of Heavy Arrow fleeing scared them. What is going on in Mang? Why is Heavy Arrow being chased? Another group of emperors that arrived later asked. Not just him, Blood Beast was scared off earlier. Blood Beast escaped. Isn't he good friends with Heavy Arrow? Who knows? Purple Clock has fallen. I feel that this may be troublesome. Attention all, this doesn't seem too good. I'll take my leave first. So a Pinnacle Emperor immediately teleported away. What a joke. Any of them being able to survive till Emperor level would all be incredibly wise. If even Blood Beast escaped and Heavy Arrow was being chased, while Purple Clock fell a while ago, including the tens of millions of km of wasteland, it all proved one thing. It proved that this area was extremely dangerous. A point where even emperor limits could fall, since their strength difference was obvious. The naturally wiser ones would choose to leave. Look. Heavy Arrow is in danger. The stunned emperors all looked on at the distant battle. Luo Feng had picked Heavy Arrow to attack because he had suffered greater damage. Normally, any undying with 50 damage on his undying body would only have 10 of their strength left. One had to know that the initial small losses on the undying body didn't affect their strength much, but as the damage grew, the effect became more absurd. Losing within 10 of the undying body had almost no effect at all on their strength. Losing 30 would leave only 50 of their strength. Losing 50 would leave only 10. Losing 70 would leave less than 1 of their strength. After losing 90, they would fall into a coma and they would lose their consciousness. Only after long periods of time in their comatose state they might slowly recover or even slowly fade away until they died anyway. In that state, they had no defense at all. It was clear that the loss of the undying body had a huge effect on their strength. After losing 59 of my undying body, my strength is only a little stronger. Then a High Emperor, Heavy Arrow, was worried as he saw Luo Feng catching up. Shwa shwa shwa. His silver wings left 3 warps in space, and he immediately caught up. The 2 of them had a huge difference in speed. Die Heavy Arrow. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed coldly. Human, don't get ahead of yourself. Heavy Arrow immediately pulled out a Completely black and silver bow with an arrow lodged in the middle. It was rare to see a bow and arrow user in the universe, because it couldn't compare to a spirit weapon. However, the genuinely knowledgeable users were terrifying. Relying on the bow itself, it could amplify their strength greatly. Xiao, the bow launched the arrow. A black arrow with yellow traces tore through tens of km. The land and skies were silent as a long slit was left in the space. The power of the arrow was obviously condensed. Even the slit was incredibly fine. However, as the arrow hit Luo Feng's wings, it barely even moved a feather, since it could even withstand the flame god crystal explosion. Naturally, this was nothing. You only had that one chance. Luo Feng flapped his wings and got close, not giving his enemy another chance. Die. He brandished the poisoned shadow blade with both the wings and blade. He unleashed moon policy. Using his own pinnacle technique with his high emperor strength, with the Sha Wu Wing's internal space energy, it had terrifying tearing abilities. The power of his attack was amplified further as the wings produced a silver light, slashing through heavy arrow's armor, and the poison blade slashed at his undying body. What he didn't even have time to dodge as he got slashed, feeling the Fey Mo poison begin to invade his body. He wanted to cut off that part of his undying body. Cloud contact vine Luo Feng wound give him the chance. 10 vines shot out from his shoulder and fiercely wrapped about Heavy Arrow. Heavy Arrow had originally lost 59 of his undying body. That slash earlier made him lose over 80 of his power. Even the cloud contact vine could forcefully hold him at this point, and the most peculiar thing was the 3 vines that wrapped around him had 3 thorns that pierced deep into his body and held him in place. Poochie, Poochie, Poochie. The slash earlier, along with the 3 stabs, all contained Fei Mo poison on it. Luo Feng had managed to create 9 thorns with the poison, and every one of them with 30 drops of the Fei Mo poison. However, because he was already in a tragic state before, having lost 59 of his undying body, it made his overall body fall to only 12. Chi chi chi, the 3 thorns immediately pulled themselves out. They were afraid of staying within for too long, as it would immediately poison Heavy Arrow to death. Heavy Arrow's eyes went vacant as his consciousness faded, not even moving within the cloud contact vine. Even though 10 was the definite comatose level, according to the different levels of willpower, some would go into a coma at 15 or 16 at this point. Heavy Arrow had fallen into a coma. Luo Feng immediately kept the comatose Heavy Arrow into a separate world ring. Everything happened extremely quickly. The other emperors around the area could all see that Heavy Arrow had already suffered huge losses, and from the battle after, his strength wasn't even at pinnacle emperor. The human's strength wasn't even enough to scare off the huge number of emperors. Hence, many were still hesitating, with only very few having fled first. Most chose to simply stay and watch. The space ripples kept shaking as more batches of emperors arrived. Just one human. That's him, the human Yang. Kill. Get the treasure. The 6th batch had just arrived with 21 emperors. They saw that the one human Yang was surrounded by over 100 emperors, but they had no way to know that the earlier emperors were stunned by the scene before. By coming later, they didn't get to see Blood Beast fleeing, or Heavy Arrow being forced into a coma. They just assumed the human was surrounded. Hence, the greedy Emperors decided to rush in first, and this batch of 21 completely went for it. Rumble. The greedy group of emperors became resplendent beams of light shooting straight at Luo Feng. This group of idiots. It's not their fault if we didn't witness the scene of Blood Beast fleeing. Or Heavy Arrow entering his coma. We would have rushed in too if there was only one human there anyway. We are all from the same camp, we don't have to worry about fighting each other for the treasure, just a matter of whoever gets it first. The other onlooking emperors chatted. His space lock had remained activated throughout. Luo Feng wielded his blood shadow blade and flapped his wings, floating up and gazing at the 18 silhouettes rushing over. There were 2 pinnacle emperors, 6 high emperors, and 10 low emperors that rushed into his space lockdown area. Pitiful other race warriors, I'll use you to leave a message, Luo Feng muttered. Kill. Kill that human. Take the sacrificial tower treasure. The 18 emperors were all filled with killing intent, unleashing their energies as they rushed over. Luo Feng flapped his wings and became a blur. Shwa shwa shwa. He left warps in the air as he slashed straight at one high emperor. That undying was covered in flames all over, even his eyes were burning, and he wielded a huge metal chain. When Luo Feng rushed over, he whipped the chain forward to wrap about Luo Feng. Xiao. Luo Feng became a demonic blur. He used the poison shadow blade to defend against the chain and rushed close to the undying, unleashing Moon Policy. A glaring silver slash tore through the space, lasting long after the slash tore through the armor of the undying and slashed his body. In an instant it left 0.4 drops of Fei Mo poison on him. This immolating undying stared wide-eyed in shock, after which he instantly crumbled and fell. What? He's dead. How can a high emperor be killed instantly? The large group of emperors watching from far were all shocked, even though many had seen Heavy Arrow fall into his comatose state. However, the initial moment they saw him, he was already heavily damaged and was almost about to fall. Secondly, they guessed it was related to the cloud contact vine. This time, however, they witnessed the silver slash that slashed past the undying, instantly reducing the high emperor to nothing. This was a high emperor, and the cloud contact vine didn't even appear. Under normal circumstances, only an emperor limit could kill a low emperor that easily. As for a high emperor, to easily kill one was an extremely hard thing to do, unless one was an emperor proficient in soul attacks. Soul attacks were incredibly complex things. The power was terrifying, but at the same time, it was incredibly hard to use. Normally, out of tens of emperors, there would only occasionally be one who was proficient in it. Luo Feng's blade completely caused the onlooking emperors and other 17 rushing over to be shocked. The battle, however, didn't give these 17 time to think. The Fei Mo poison sure depletes fast. Luo Feng kept the goods of that fallen undying and flashed his wings, rushing at another low emperor. The blade only briefly touched the chain, and I lost about 0.5 drops. Also, I used another 0.2 drops on his armor. Only 0.4 drops truly attacked his body. The weakness of the poison was obvious, because it was melded with the blade. At an emperor-level fight, weapons would clash and the space about would be destroyed, and the force was several times that of stars. Clashing such a clash would use some of the poison on the blade, hence, its optimum usage method was when Luo Feng used it to kill Purple Clock. First destroy the undying body, making them unable to defend. Then slash the undefendable body without the armor or weapon to defend. How easy would it be? However, destroying the undying body alone was tough. I'm simply getting my money's worth. 300 billion mixed elements gets me 1 kg. Its power is not bad already. I can deal with the flaws. Luo Feng easily flashed past the low emperor's attack, and his silver slash flew past the head of that emperor, after which he too crumbled. He had fallen. Killing a low emperor sure is easy. He's already weaker, and I only used 0.1 drops to break the armor. The other 0.3 drops completely attacked his body. Kill. Luo Feng rushed at another high emperor. His slashes were incredibly precise as a self-created pinnacle technique. In terms of usage and precision, even the primal Chaos City leader praised it. Was terrifying and beautiful. It was a slash that tore through the skies, with undyings falling. Each slash resulted in emperors falling. No one could withstand it, as every slash represented the death of another emperor. Surround and attack him. Surround him. The undyings wanted to surround Luo Feng, but his speed was simply demonic. The 18 that had rushed over had already fallen. No one was able to keep up with him. The silver wings flapped and he warped about, easily dodging the emperors and aiming for his next target. Whoever he killed was completely up to him. Hua hua hua. Flashes of his blade were terrifying and beautiful, and painful screams could be heard as the high and low emperors didn't have any hopes of ever being revived by the universe masters. Flee. Quickly flee. We can't take his blade, he is too terrifying. The other emperors began to flee. However, even so, their speed was far from Luo Feng's. With a flap of his silver wings, he caught up to another group and circled them. There were 3 flashes of his blade. Another 3 emperors fell. Finally, the last 5 emperors fled into the distant group of other emperors. Luo Feng wielded his blood shadow blade in the air, gazing at the up to 200 emperors that had come. There was silence in the air as everyone was shocked by the scene before. 18 emperors rushed forward, among which only 5 remained. There were 2 pinnacle emperors, 1 high and 2 low within. The other 13 had all fallen. 13 emperors. In the history of the Yanji continent, the percentage of emperors falling was extremely low. For 13 to fall at once, such an event hadn't occurred in a very long time. The last time it happened was probably hundreds of millions of years ago, back when Ghost Mound Emperor let loose. His name grew from that incident as he became a pinnacle being amongst trillions of races. He actually killed so many emperors at once, some of which were high emperors, and some close to pinnacle emperors, yet they all died so easily. His blade work is perfect, and there are laws infused within to his slashes. Aren't like space laws or gold laws at all, or any other laws. They all didn't know that Luo Feng was trained in the beast god path, which was the fusion of gold and space. This was extremely rare in the universe, and these emperors had never seen it before. What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? A short pinnacle emperor held. Can't you all see that he is only dealing with the low and high emperors, not ever touching the pinnacle emperors? That means his strength is insufficient, otherwise why wouldn't he attack them? Fen Nong Emperor, didn't you see Blood Beast Emperor fleeing and Heavy Arrow falling into a coma? Humph, that's enough to scare you. That human has probably used up all his trump cards already. Everybody saw it, and after all that he shouldn't have The strength of an emperor limit to do so much means he must have paid a huge price, and he probably can only do such a thing once. Would there be a second time? And we already have over 200 emperors here. Will over 200 emperors be scared off by merely one human? You can go ahead first, stop instigating the others to their deaths. The warriors, watching, all had different opinions. Suddenly a boom resounded within the space about. Attention, all automaton camp undyings. This sound made all the undyings look over. It was from the human young of whom they had surrounded the silver-winged human wielding the blood shadow blade. Smiled, "Don't worry, the emperor limits are all extremely powerful beings. There's no way for me to easily kill them. I just have to pay a big enough price, like this thing I have here." He flipped his hand, and a beautiful black crystal with red lights on it appeared. The entire crystal had 10,081 sides with law engravings all around it. The undyings all felt the terrifying energy within. Strongest flame god crystal. 100 billion indigo gems for one. It can even kill emperor limits. Pinnacle emperors will definitely die. The over 200 emperors, they're all looked on with shock. This was the strongest crystal that anyone could create, as its strength was absurd. The moment it exploded, even if the over 200 undyings used all their strength together to defend against it, 90 of them would still fall. After all, none of them were emperor limit. Against the restless 200 emperors, Luo Feng smiled, simultaneously connecting to the virtual universe and contacting Shiwu Emperor and shutting off his space lock. He simply wanted to scare them off this time. He wanted them to know he is not one to be messed around with. As for massacring all of them, he only had 4 such strongest flame god crystals. He had used 2 before and only had 2 more left, and to instantly kill all the automaton emperors on Yanji continent, it would definitely enrage a lot of absolute beings in the automaton camp. The emperor limits may get together, and other powerful background warriors may want to come deal with him. That would be troublesome. Scaring them is enough. I don't have enough strength to deal with the trouble, he thought, and my strength now is obviously lacking. I'm still weak going head to head with the stronger undyings. Over 200 emperors surrounding Luo Feng when the black silhouette Shiwu Emperor teleported beside Luo Feng. He was shocked. So many emperors. He was completely stunned. Yang, what's going on? Don't worry, Luo Feng wielded the strongest flame god crystal. When Shiwu Emperor saw that crystal, he too was shocked, after which he looked at the over 200 undyings, and guessed what happened. They were all stunned by the crystal within. He couldn't help but feel respect for Luo Feng. This Yang sure has got some guts, and he is crazy enough to be able to deal with over 200 undyings. He must have some ability. Let us go, Luo Feng said. Okay. Shiwu immediately teleported with Luo Feng. Hua. They vanished and teleported far away. The distant over 200 emperors watched as Luo Feng left with his friend, and no one even tried to stop him. They were completely scared from the appearance of that crystal. Over 200 emperors, they were all stunned, watching as Luo Feng simply left. None of them felt that it was a disgrace over their long lives. They had all experienced life or death situations many times, and they all had a certain set of rules. Maybe it was natural for them to want to steal the sacrificial tower treasure from a weaker warrior, that he wasn't fit to hold it. But that human earlier, was he weak? Heavy Arrow was in a coma, Blood Beast had fled, Purple Clock and 13 Other emperors were all killed by his blade. This type of result, which of the 200 emperors here could do that? Powerful. Too strong. In that instant, 13 emperors fell, terrifying. Despicable purple clock, he even called us over. Before he died he truly had evil plans. He knew that even Blood Beast and Heavy Arrow couldn't deal with this human, yet he called us over. He definitely deserved to die. Purple clock deserved to die. The groups of emperors, they're all chatted. Luo Feng's performance earlier had truly subdued all of them. It made them respect him without a doubt. He was a true strong warrior, and for such an absolute warrior to hold the treasure was natural. If even such a warrior wasn't fit to hold the treasure, who amongst these over 200 emperors was that human young? Even though he seemed low profile, his strength definitely doesn't pale in comparison to an emperor limit. From now on there's one more absolute warrior we should fear in this 27th battlefield, the human Yang. Does this human not have a title? We only know him as Yang. We've never heard of his title. Never heard. We've never heard either. His blade work was exquisite. Each slash formed rivers that lasted for a long time. One slash alone resulted in one emperor falling, and the 13 slashes across the sky killed 13 emperors. From what I see, we should call him Blade River Emperor. Blade River Emperor. Not a bad name. The moment I hear that name, I recall what happened earlier. As the group of watching emperors discussed, they all agreed on a title for the human. Some warriors were given their titles from some superpowers during their official days or emperor days. However, others were named through terrifying incidents or battle results that made everybody agree on a name together. Without a doubt, the latter kinds had more persuasive abilities. The battle for the sacrificial tower treasure thus came to an end, and the result of the battle ended with the title Blade River Emperor. He had killed 14 emperors and put an emperor limit in a coma. He even chased Blood Beast Emperor away. Such a result made his title spread even faster. The automaton camp had their virtual world, within which the over 200 emperors had talked about him with their friends and described his strength. From 100 to 10,000s, and 10,000 to 1,000,000. The bug camp, human camp, the demon camp, everybody soon received news about it, and because the news was so terrifying, whoever heard it spread it even more. What 14 emperors fell? Heavy Arrow is in a coma. That's an emperor limit. How did he lose so badly? Human Blade River Emperor. Blade River Emperor is too powerful. Is he that strong? And the one that managed to get away, Blood Beast Emperor, naturally heard of the discussions in camp. This camp was the automaton base closest to Yanji continent, and the news naturally spread like wildfire here. He naturally became a stepping stone for Blade River Emperor's name to rise. The news of Blood Beast fleeing in fear spread fast. Scum, he grit his teeth. That humans simply relied on the strongest flame. God Crystal, if he didn't have that, how could he deal with me? Scum, despicable scum, he held within. He had also received calls from several friends along with mails asking him about what happened. This made it hard for him to live. My undying body is severely damaged, losing 42. If I continue here in the outer region wars, my enemies will definitely deal with me while I'm weak. It's time I return to the race and recuperate. Blood Beast took the base S travel points and headed back to automaton territory. Through a secluded area in the territory, he teleported via God Country. within his vast god country. Wang. A shrine floated within the highest peaks of the god country, and suddenly a blinding blood-colored light lit up and engulfed the entire god country. The grass, flatlands, mountains, islands, and other regions had countless single-eyed men and women that looked up at the light, after which they all knelt down excitedly. Trillions of such people shouted in worship in their own tongue, God, God, God. A sea of shouts filled the entire god country. Within the core of the god country, within the shrine, Blood Beast sat in his throne and heard the calls from the countless people in his god country. He began to smile, as his mood started to brighten up. So, a distant beam of light flew over and more beams shot over, all entering the shrine in an instant. 9 undyings stood within. These were all soul slaves, hence naturally they were completely loyal to him. However, only 2 of them were the same race as Blood Beast, the rest were of other races. 9 undyings, and only 1 emperor, the rest of them were officials. Master, the 9 of them bowed respectfully. From now on, I will stay in here. For a long time I'll appear after 100 million years, and my territory will be left to Ba Nua Air to take care of. His voice boomed within the over 10,000 kilometers tall shrine. Yes, Master, a snake-head undying replied respectfully. Master, you injury a single-eyed male, said anxiously below. You can all leave. Blood Beast said solemnly. Yes, the 9 of them bowed respectfully and left, leaving only Blood Beast in his shrine. He was already calm now, muttering, Blade River Emperor. Even though he was enraged, he recognized how terrifying of an enemy Blade River was, to produce 2 strongest flame god crystals. Even his own entire wealth wasn't enough to buy 2, and Blade River even managed to withstand the full blast. Just these 2 points alone made Blade River terrifying. You were nameless before, and now you've become renowned as I became your stepping stone. However, I know that an emperor capable of withstanding the strongest crystal blast definitely will achieve a lot more in the future, he muttered. Unless I break through to become a knight, it will be hard for me to match you. I'll appear 100 million years later. Rumble. The shrine door closed and he began his long road to recovery. Actually, to a being like Blood Beast, they all had extremely long lifespans. Just like True Yen, a 100 million years was but a short portion of their life. And staying shut in for that amount of time was a very normal thing for them. Within the primal universe, Primal Chaos City, True Yen had always been observing Luo Feng's growth when Yang unleashed his strength and killed 14 emperors, leaving Heavy Arrow comatose and Blood Beast fleeing, gaining himself the title Blade River Emperor. True Yen immediately found out through the countless races that were spreading the news. Unbelievable. Even though he used countless treasures, Luo Feng was still only a sector lord. How did he get so strong? Even a pinnacle emperor was killed by him, and an emperor limit was left in coma. True Yen was stunned. No matter what, Luo Feng was still a sector lord. Many treasures had harsh requirements to use. If one had insufficient strength, it was hard to unleash its strength. The general armor required 100 sector lord's strength in foundation to be used. Luo Feng had this, because he had become a black warrior, trained in the Nameless Manual's 2nd volume and used Beast God transformation. That was why he could use the general armor. It was obvious that even with treasure, it was still hard to raise one's strength that much. True Yen, a booming voice resounded within True Yen's mind. True Yen was shocked. He immediately replied respectfully, Primal Chaos City Leader. The news of Luo Feng being Blade River Emperor must be kept a complete secret. It cannot be spread. The booming voice resounded within his mind. Yes. Within the primal ruins, amidst the vast corpses all about, the city leader sat silently within. Even though Luo Feng relied on the flame god crystals, Fei Mo poison, and Sha Wu wings, he is still only sector lord, and he even used his earth body to do so much. Even though he paid attention to Luo Feng, he was still one of the pinnacle beings of humanity itself. Many important matters were handled by him, and many other even more critical problems were all solved by him. He at most occasionally checked in on Luo Feng. He was very clear. The universe was fair. How much strength could a sector lord unleash, even with a lot of treasures, making an emperor limit fall into a coma? How hard was that? Is it linked to the Yen Shin King armor? But the techniques used by the Yen Shin race themselves are gone, and the requirements on the body alone are extremely harsh. Normally only low emperors can fully use the king armor. My disciple, can his earth body trigger the strength of the king armor? He said softly. Looks like I'll have to find time to talk to him properly. Blade River Emperor. Interesting, he is able to receive an emperor title at sector lord level. He then closed his eyes and stopped thinking about Luo Feng, as he had to focus on the predicament his true body was in. When the name of Blade River Emperor spread about, many emperors that Luo Feng had gotten close to immediately contacted him. They were incredibly passionate with their greetings. Luo Feng initially still dealt with them. I was forced to do so. Blood Beast and Heavy Arrow both wanted to kill me. I had no choice but to give my all, hence it ended up like that. Luck, just luck. Haha, thanks. After dealing with some friends, he couldn't be bothered anymore and shut off his virtual universe reception. Within his internal world, a silver-armored Luo Feng stood at the peak of a mountain, looking at the few treasures that laid there. Those emperors had ancient robes, powerful weapons, and seemingly special perfect armors, and some world and space rings. Luo Feng's gaze naturally landed on the ancient clock. Ancient clock, Luo Feng thought, I'd better examine this carefully. To examine this ancient clock, he sent his earth body into the internal world. As for outside, he let the golden-horned beast with the Sha Wu wings lay hidden within a cave. In terms of strength, the beast was much stronger than his earth body, as it didn't fear any warriors outside. These words. The ancient clock had countless complex words on it. They were blocky letters, but not like any he had seen before. Babada, do you recognize these words? He asked. Mentally, Babada had frequently searched through the virtual universe network, and any language that Luo Feng could search for with his status had been completely memorized by Babada. I know countless languages, yet I haven't seen this one before, Babada replied. Ah. Luo Feng nodded and didn't ask any more, and gathered his focus on the clock. It was about 3 m tall and had a diameter of close to 3 m. There were also countless words on it. From the looks of it, these words seemed to have some relationship, almost like a formless thread weaved through them, forming peculiar engravings. I don't understand it. He shook his head. I'll first meld with it. He gently touched its body. A heat wave pulsed through him, almost like a soldering iron. He immediately sent spirit energy in the ownerless clock, swiftly absorbed the energy, and easily recognized Luo Feng as its new master. Rumble its consciousness held An ancient message poured into Luo Feng's mind before it finally stopped. Battle technique, demon note, flame god clock. Luo Feng frowned. A technique. On how to use the clock pulsed through his mind, however all he got was the first level. Only when one had completed this first level would he be able to read the second level. However, the requirements for this first level alone were extremely harsh. It required one to comprehend the fire and space laws well to make progress. It's no wonder Purple Clock could control the force of the flame god crystal explosion that way to kill Gold Song. He should have completed the first level. Luo Feng muttered. Just the requirements for the first level alone are so high. Looks like this is a treasure suitable for knights. Luo Feng's perspectives were incredibly high, like these items that were incredibly strong right from the beginning, which had harsh requirements too. Obviously it was suited for warriors to grow to knights before using AOS fusion. Luo Feng tried fusing it into his body, but it seemed to be stopped at his skin level. The general armor imprint on his body shook violently. He frowned with a thought. The silver armor vanished and he forced the general armor pearl out. At this point, he was only wearing the cloud contact armor. He tried fusing with the ancient clock again. In an instant, the clock melded into his body, into his muscles and organs, becoming one with him. So it's like that. He shook his head. This ancient clock is worthless to me. It's such a pity. The clock was indeed a true treasure. I could diffuse 90 of soul and physical attacks. Its defensive abilities seemed to be on par with the general armor. Of course, the general armor gave him the strength of 10,000 sector lords. This was something the clock didn't have. However, the general armor had harsh requirements for usage too. Other humans couldn't even use it, but the ancient clock didn't have such problems in recognizing its owner. As long as one sent in his spirit imprint, that would do it. He had to admit that this was a true treasure, and a priceless one at that. But it was useless to him, because defensive items had ultimately limited usage. For example, those that could meld with his skin meant that he could only wear one of these. It wasn't such that one warrior could simultaneously wear 10 to 100 armors. The general and soldier armor pearls melded into the muscles and organs, etc. That meant he could only have one at a time. It was impossible for one to wear several king armors, general and soldier armors together to wear another. He had to first force out the previous one. To meld with the ancient purple, he had to force the general armor pearl out. The logic was the same. Similar defensive items couldn't work together. The general armor and the ancient clock. Luo Feng could only pick one at a time. He would naturally pick the general armor. This is definitely a treasure, one that is used by knights, he said softly. It's a pity that I have the general armor already. The golden horned beast even has the stronger king armor. These armors are better suited for me. Even though he was somewhat disappointed, he was still very happy, as this was still a true treasure. In terms of price, it should far exceed the 560 billion. And he had another thought. True yen had always been good to him. This may help him. Let us see my other rewards. Luo Feng instantly left the internal world and entered a world ring. A vast desert was within the world, and there lay a powerful undying body. Even in a comatose state, the formless pressure was still as terrifying. Heavy Arrow Emperor. He smiled and faced him back. When you were heavily injured, you chose to self-destruct. If you did so countless years later, you may be revived, even though you'll have to pay a huge price. However, after becoming my slave. You'll never have that possibility back then you still had the hopes of fleeing. You didn't expect the 3 thorns of the cloud contact vine to pierce your body, forcing you into a comatose state. It was extremely rare for such a thing to happen. Heavy Arrow didn't expect the cloud contact vine to pierce his body and corrode his undying body, forcing him into a coma. From today on, you'll become my slave. Luo Feng looked at Heavy Arrow before him. Nad unleashed the 10,000 soul control technique. Unlike controlling the Bug Queen Alina before, even though she too was in a comatose state, that was a technique Hu Yanbo had used on her. The moment Luo Feng used his move, Alina awoke and began to resist. Heavy Arrow, however, was seriously injured, and he had lost his consciousness. Right now, he was like a fish waiting to be sliced, with no resistance whatsoever. In an instant. Success, Luo Feng smiled. However, as he looked at Heavy Arrow lying there lifelessly, he frowned. Right. He had control over Heavy Arrow, but it did nothing to help his injuries. He was still in a comatose state from his injuries. Like this, Heavy Arrow was useless to him. I have to recover his strength and his undying body, Luo Feng pondered. There are many treasures in the universe that can help his recovery, but they are all extremely expensive. How much should I spend to recover this emperor? Limit slave, is it worth it? However, this is an absolutely loyal slave, who is able to teleport with him. Helping me, my exploration of the universe will be much more convenient. I'll first go research. He had killed 14 emperors in total, this time a few armors, weapons, and treasures and world rings added to a lot like the silver armor, purple clock. War, this alone was worth 50 billion in the Hong Alliance city shops, as it was capable of diffusing 50 of physical attacks. 50 and 90, it may seem small in difference. In truth, diffusing 50 allowed Purple Clock's defense to double diffusing. 90 meant 10 times the defense. It was obvious that the ancient clock, general and king armor, these were all extremely priceless. The general and king armors could be used in many ways, and their prices were definitely shocking. Even so, the king armor was still only regarded as being worth 50 billion in the Hong Alliance treasure shop. Luo Feng spent 2 days through the virtual universe network and Hong Alliance before finally confirming the price of his goods. Heavy Arrow's wealth was worth about 60 billion mixed elements. Luo Feng took off his ring and forcefully broke into it to take his treasures. The wealth of the 13 emperors added together was about 50 billion. Mixed elements. Purple Clock's wealth was worth about 120 billion, not counting the ancient clock. In total, 230 billion mixed elements, plus the ancient clock. It's still best to deal with powerful warriors like Purple Clock, as the rewards are much higher, Luo Feng muttered after killing the normal emperors. 13 of them only gave me 50 billion, and it created such a fuss. The more I kill them, the more I attract the attention of the super beings. Purple Clock type of warriors are the best. However, these special encounters warriors usually have powerful trump cards. He thought, killing them is hard. 2. Like me, whoever kills me would truly strike it rich. But killing me wouldn't be that easy, he thought. If forced into a critical situation, I can call for the Primal Chaos City leader to save me the moment he appears. Anyone would be stunned. Seems right, the Shawu wings are such a treasure. I only got it because he gave it to me. If it weren't a gift from Such a super being, stealing it would only be a dream. Stealing the ancient clock was still possible. But the Shawu wings, that was but a dream. If I have to let him appear, I would be too much of a failure. Luo Feng shook his head. What should I do now? How should I deal with these goods, and the sleeping? Heavy Arrow. Luo Feng had more problems now, but fortunate problems. Through Luo Feng's study on how to awaken and recover Heavy Arrow, he came to know of one good and one bad news. The good news was that even though Heavy Arrow was an Emperor limit, the level of Emperor limit was through body amplification techniques that rose his strength for an instant. The overall energy still didn't change, just like how the golden horned beast uses deities of the world. However, the reason behind the strength growth was the shrinking of the body and increased density of muscles, etc. The comatose Heavy Arrow naturally had dispersed his amplification technique. His body now was at most a normal pinnacle emperor. Hence, to recover Heavy Arrow or a pinnacle emperor had no difference. The bad news was there were two parts to his recovery. One was to awaken, and the second was to recover. As long as he was awake, he would have his own consciousness. He could personally absorb the treasures and energy to recover. While asleep, he couldn't do it himself, hence the amount of treasure needed was much more expensive. The awakening stage required 63 billion mixed elements, even though it was simply raising his undying body from 12 to 20, it was extremely expensive. The recovery stage required 58 billion. It may not seem like much, but an Emperor limit's entire wealth was but about that much. They had accumulated that amount over countless years. Like blood beast, he would rather lock himself in to train slowly over 100 million years than spend that amount in space. The 26th camp. Bot Luo Feng sat on the peak of the snow mountain and gritted his teeth. No matter what, this is an Emperor limit. A living one has space to grow. With the resources that I provide, it would definitely be faster than his own training. He might get even stronger. In terms of strength, Heavy Arrow was stronger than Luo Feng. However, in terms of resources, he was another race undying. How could he compare to Luo Feng of humanity? Luo Feng was the disciple of the primal chaos city leader. His resources were much more. Taking some and giving it to his soul slave would be plenty for his slave. The following days were spent buying and selling. Luckily, the dealings weren't as complex as when he had to sell the treasure from the sacrificial tower. It was much easier this time. Half a month later, 230 billion mixed elements. He spent about 120 on buying the materials required for Heavy Arrow to fully recover. He also spent another 30 billion on another strongest flame god crystal, leaving 80 billion plus the little left from the treasure from before. His cash was about 90 billion. He wasn't in a rush to use it. Whether it was strengthening deities of the world, or the cloud contact vine, or the 1000 vine star-eating plant, this amount was far from enough. Luo Feng sighed. A plant life form and automaton weapons, etc., these all rely heavily on countless treasures, and the countless treasures require huge amounts of wealth. 1 month after Blade River Emperor got famous, within a world ring, a nutrition cabin built according to Blade River's specifications, 10 m long and 4 m wide, lay on the sand. Black-clothed Luo Feng looked at the sleeping Heavy Arrow beside him and used his world energy to drag him into the cabin. Luo Feng gently pressed the button. Hua! A transparent cover on the surface automatically closed simultaneously. Releasing a large amount of liquid and materials within, many were broken down. Fragments and placed within the liquid. The most expensive was one Sanjin bow. Luo leaf. This leaf alone took up 50 billion of the total amount of 63 billion. Chi. The liquid engulfed Heavy Arrow as the mysterious energy seeped into his body. The liquid began to bubble and boil about. It's begun, Luo Feng muttered softly. Heavy Arrow, if you didn't become my slave, you'd probably sleep for countless years. Luo Feng looked at the cabin and smiled. Of course, if given the choice, you probably wouldn't choose to become my slave. No matter how weak you are, it's still your own. No matter how strong a slave is, he is still a slave. It can't be helped. This is the rule of the strong. You were forced by me into a coma. Who can you blame? You can only blame your own lack of strength. Minutes and seconds passed. The liquid within began to grow dim. About 3 days later, Luo Feng, who had been standing beside all the while, could feel a ripple of consciousness from his slave. Almost. Luo Feng smiled. The moment that ripple was there, it only took another hour for Heavy Arrow to regain consciousness. Hula. The liquid in the cabin instantly became clear as the treasures within were swallowed immediately. The transparent cabin opened. Heavy Arrow jumped out onto the sand. Looking at Luo Feng, he couldn't help but exclaim, one moment's folly, and I've become an eternal slave. However, for master to use such valuable treasures to awaken me, he must be a good master. With control on his soul, Heavy Arrow naturally had a good impression of Luo Feng, filled with worship. He sensed that he was now a slave and being controlled. However, he had no sense of disobedience at all. The control worked on the very essence of the soul. He naturally regarded his master as good and obeyed him. This was a soul slave. From the soul, he was an absolutely loyal slave. Unlike the microchip-controlled slaves, even though they were controlled, they were still unhappy from within, wanting to change their fates. A soul slave never had that possibility. Master. Heavy Arrow bowed respectfully. Luo Feng looked at him. A black armor appeared on Heavy Arrow along with a mask. He was over 8 m tall. Even though he bowed extremely low, it was still like talking to a 3-story tall giant. It didn't feel good. Shrink to my height, Luo Feng said. Yes, master. Heavy Arrow immediately shrank, quickly changing to 17 m. He bowed almost like a butler. Luo Feng nodded. An undying could easily change his size, however it would affect their strength. The original size was the optimum size. Heavy Arrow would lose 30 of his strength by shrinking so much. Stay this way normally, only return to your original form during battle, Luo Feng said. Yes, master. Heavy Arrow replied respectfully. However, I just awoke, and my undying body isn't even at 20, my strength is greatly affected. Later, I will help you recover your full strength. Quickly, Luo Feng flipped his hand, and immediately an ancient clock appeared in midair, landing on the sand. Heavy Arrow looked at it, his eyes gleaming. The powerful energy emanating from it would make anybody turn. Luo Feng smiled. That's a true treasure. Heavy Arrow was excited. Such a treasure was normally used by knights. To emperors, very few actually had such a treasure. Give it a shot, Luo Feng smiled. He had already gotten rid of the spirit imprint on it before. It was currently without a master, even though in his plan, he had wanted to help his teacher Tru Yen, seeing if it was suitable for him. That was something for when he returned to Primal Chaos City. It was Best to pass it to Heavy Arrow first. And the ancient clock was suited for a warrior proficient in fire and space laws. His teacher True Yen was proficient in ground and space. It was hard to tell if it would be useful to him. Yes, Heavy Arrow was very excited. He rubbed the clock and left his spirit imprint. Who? The clock entered his body, and a faint clock silhouette appeared on the surface of his skin, hiding itself after. Heavy Arrow's eyes seemed worried. Master, he said respectfully, this ancient clock has to be triggered by one proficient in fire and space laws, and I relied on the ground laws to become undying. Even though I have some comprehension of the fire laws, it's not much. Old Luo Feng looked at him. Heavy Arrow said nervously, however, I did get recognized by the fire laws too, even though after reaching undying, my body has already become part of the ground laws, and it's hard to comprehend others. I still ultimately have been recognized for the fire laws. There is still some hope. Haha, Luo Feng smiled. I'll let you use it for now, even if you are unable to use its other abilities. Just its defense is extremely powerful. Hurry and comprehend more of the fire law. These are the treasures you need to recover. Luo Feng casually tossed out a space ring at him. After Heavy Arrow received it and checked, he was extremely gleeful. Thank you, Master. Hurry and regain your strength. I'll need your help in exploring the dangerous regions of the universe. Luo Feng smiled. At Sector Lord level, every law was easy and close. At undying, the soul had already become part of the body. This was formed by undying energy, and the law energies were a part of it. For example, if one used the ground laws to become undying, trying to study the other fire, water, light or wind laws after would be extremely hard, millions of times harder. Of course there were exceptions. If one had gotten recognized by the laws early on, there would be no backlash. It would simply be as hard. Also, the 5 basic laws added to one law above, the space law. One could comprehend all 5 laws to become undying before studying the space law. Even though there would be some backlash, there was a possibility of it still happening, only it was much harder than at Sector Lord level. Wind, thunder, and light could also be used to study the time law. If one had studied the wind law but wanted to study the space law after, it was possible at Sector Lord level. However, once he reached undying, it was impossible. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye, and Heavy Arrow regained his full strength, returning to his optimum strength. Master, you wish to go to Star Tower within the villa? Heavy Arrow carried a tray of dishes, his expression shocked. Don't you wish to leave the outer region wars? Why are you going to Star Tower? Luo Feng sat on the sofa and sipped his wine smiling. I've already reached my contribution points quota, but since I've come all the way here, how can I not go to the most dangerous place in this battlefield? Wouldn't it be a waste in terms of danger level? Yanji continent is a whole level below Star Tower. It is indeed so, Heavy Arrow said respectfully. There are very few emperors on Yanji continent. However, there are hundreds of thousands of emperors there. On Star Tower, so many. Luo Feng was shocked. Our Han Alliance only has a total of over 3 million. This is only the 7th battlefield as Star Tower. How can so many emperors be there? Even though he had planned on going, he hadn't fully studied up on Star Tower. It's not a lot, Heavy Arrow said. The Han Alliance and humanity itself are 2 different things. Anyone who joins the Han Alliance is from a race that completely ally themselves with humanity. Any battle or war is completely controlled within humanity's leadership. The outer region war human camp is completely different. This is a lax camp. The Hong Alliance is but a part of it, with trillions of races in the universe, and so many warriors here in the wars. Many races that have no relationship with the Hong Alliance would mix with humanity to be sent out here too. Hence, it may be said to be the war of the four pinnacle races. In truth, it's really the war of countless other races. Of course, the number of warriors would be absurd. The number of emperors in total in the outer region wars, even if it's only one of all the emperors in the universe, it would still be terrifying. This is one reason. Another reason is Star Tower is a very special place. It's more dangerous than others and attracts more warriors, Heavy Arrow said. As for its specialty, if you check, you'll find out easily. Luo Feng sat on his sofa and looked ahead, ordering projection. A virtual projection appeared in mid-air and Luo Feng's arm screen connected. With it, he began to search through information on the virtual universe network. A majestic 9-story tower appeared on the projection, completely square-shaped, and similar to some towers in China on Earth. Surrounding this majestic tower were countless nebula whirlpools that were simply mesmerizing. Star Tower, 9 light-years tall, it had been here trillions of years ago when the battlefield was forged. Over countless years, it had absorbed endless amounts of energy from the universe, forming the 9 whirlpool nebulas about. They seemed like nebulas, but were in fact terrifying energy whirlpools. 9 nebula whirlpools, the ones closest to the tower was the strongest. The 4th whirlpool, even emperors could barely withstand it, only a knight could safely enter. The 7th, even a knight would perish. The ancient Star Tower was completely black. Its material was unknown. It was completely undamaged from the 4 pinnacles forging the battlefield. Even the powerful universe masters couldn't damage it. There were the sealed stars within the tower. Every sealed star was about the size of a normal star. After melding, it could be used to seal warriors. After defeating them, they could be sealed within the stars. The enemy would never be able to break out. Such a treasure even the knights would go crazy for. And within the 9 light-year tall tower, it produced countless sealed stars. Just like raindrops, even though they were true treasures, they were common within the tower. It couldn't be helped. Unless the sealed stars released themselves, even the knights had no way to forcefully take them out. Information poured in as Luo Feng stared wide-eyed. This he was shocked. Even knights would die from the nebula whirlpools, and there are countless night-level treasure sealed stars. Right. Heavy Arrow exclaimed, I heard that the powerful universe masters can safely enter the 9 nebula whirlpools. As for the sealed stars, look at the pictures behind. They do show many of them within. I've been exploring Star Tower for many years too. I've seen hundreds of them, yet I cannot obtain them unless they break off themselves. Otherwise, there's no way to get them. I heard the absolute beings of the 4 pinnacle races had a huge war when they first discovered the Star Tower. Huge war. Luo Feng was curious. Even though his status was high, he had only lived for a few thousand years. He naturally didn't know as many stories as an ancient being like Heavy Arrow Emperor. Heavy Arrow nodded. When the 4 pinnacle races forged the battlefield back then, they picked a distant star field and began their sweep. When they Discovered Star Tower, those knights in charge of the sweep discovered how terrifying the 9 nebula whirlpools were, discovering that their attacks had no effect on the tower. They immediately regarded it as treasure. I heard they called the universe masters of their race over, for this star tower. The 4 pinnacle races had a huge war. I heard countless knights fell. As to who won, nobody knows. I only know that even the great universe masters couldn't do anything about the tower, leaving it here for countless years after. Luo Feng nodded. The treasures could grow in size. However, most were limited. Like the Shawu wings, it could reach as wide as light years outside his body. However, the prerequisite was his own strength. This star tower was 9 light years tall. It produced countless sealed stars. But even universe masters couldn't deal with it. The countless races in the universe all have this saying: Star Tower is a unique treasure of the universe. Heavy Arrow exclaimed. It was a treasure that even universe masters would go crazy for. However, even within trillions of years in that space, no one was able to forcefully take it away. This was why it became renowned. Impressive, Luo Feng exclaimed. An ownerless tower, able to form nebula whirlpools and easily destroy knights, causing the 4 pinnacle races to fight madly for it. However, even after that, no one was able to take it away. Treasures on the same level as the ancient clock were countless within, enough to make countless warriors go crazy for. Pinnacle races are the strongest races in the universe, Heavy Arrow said. The 4 races, even they weren't able to take it away. This has made countless warriors deduce that relying on brute force alone is useless. The tower should be awaiting a master that was suitable, or that no one was worthy enough to be its master. Damn, Luo Feng choked. There are countless rumors, but every warrior hopes that they may be the lucky owner of the Star Tower. Its reasoning is still unclear. He smiled. And because countless warriors have this hope, there are many emperors around the Star Tower, and the Star Tower would occasionally break off one of its sealed stars. Every sealed star is a true treasure, capable of sealing away enemies, enough to make emperors go crazy for. Plus, even the universe masters are unable to destroy the area. Naturally, this became a pinnacle battleground. Luo Feng nodded. There were treasures suited for universe masters in the universe, like the Sha Wu wings, though it had little effect. Those special items that they used for battle, it was normal for them to be virtually indestructible. Widen my horizons, Luo Feng exclaimed. I have to go take a look. Heavy Arrow, let us go. Luo Feng got up. We are leaving now. Heavy Arrow was shocked. Right? Luo Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement. Yes, master, Heavy Arrow replied respectfully. They traveled in the dark universe with the Yunmo planet ship for 2 days, finally reaching the closest travel point to Star Tower. Ripples appeared in the space, and a malevolent triangular blood-red ship appeared. Within the control room, silver-winged and armored, Luo Feng stood alone. He had placed Heavy Arrow within his world ring. In terms of battle strength, Luo Feng wasn't too weak. He was strong enough to explore Star Tower. If he encountered danger, only then would he let Heavy Arrow out, revealing, "Your trump card too early wasn't a wise thing to do." Wow! An automaton child jumped excited beside Luo Feng, pointing at the space ahead. Luo Feng, look, Star Tower. What a big Star Tower, 9 light years tall. This tower is so much bigger than those on Yanji continent. We are so far from it, and yet it is already unbelievable. Almost like it blocked off half of the universe, the tall majestic tower floated there. The resplendent nebula whirlpools circled about the tower, madly swallowing endless amounts of energy. These 9 whirlpools were beautiful and also a warrior's nightmare. Even knights would die within. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. Luo Feng looked at the star tower and muttered, "Why so shocked? Didn't you read up on it? Is there a need to be so stunned?" The automaton child Babata mocked beside him. Luo Feng was completely stunned. When they successfully came out of universe travel, he felt a powerful calling instantly descend on him. That calling exceeded that of the soldier, general, and king armor. Even more than the nameless manual metal board. It caused very cell in his body to shiver, to the point where his soul was shaking. A treasure like the nameless manual is calling me. Luo Feng couldn't he believe it. The tower didn't he have a master that controlled it. Since its 9 nebular whirlpools were incredibly destructive, it was obvious why this tower was considered a legendary tower. However, for it to generate such a powerful calling on Luo Feng. "Can I get the star tower? Can I become its master?" Luo Feng didn't he dare believe it, but the calling that he sensed in his soul was very evident. It was obviously coming from the tower. Luo Feng, the automaton child beside him Babata shouted, "Why are you spacing out?" "Nothing." Luo Feng took a deep breath and calmed down. Calm. At this critical moment, it was crucial to remain calm and not let the calling get to him. The Star Tower has been here for over 1 trillion years. Even the universe masters couldn't he handle it. It is legendary and priceless, Luo Feng thought. Teacher gave the Sha Wu wings to me, but the Star Tower, with its endless supply of sealed stars within, teacher couldn't he give me something like that. It's obvious how much stronger this Star Tower is than the wings. If such a treasure were to land in my hands, would I dare use it? Luo Feng thought. Something capable of making the 4 pinnacle races fight over it. The moment I'm discovered to have it, many universe masters would rush over. Even if they couldn't control it, they would very likely make me their sole slave to control the tower through me. Strength and treasure were interdependent. Without strength, one didn't have the right to have such a treasure. The Sha Wu wings were a thing that only the primal Chaos City leader knew about. In the vast universe, no one else could recognize its abilities, hence the city leader dared to give it to him. The Star Tower. Its reputation was huge. In the vast universe, amongst trillions of races, who didn't know of the tower? If Luo Feng didn't have sufficient strength to take it, it would be a disaster. Acquiring it would leave him with only one choice, that was to hide it and wait till his strength rose. Only when he didn't have to fear the universe masters could he use it openly. I'm thinking too much. Let us head over and take a look first. At least this proves one thing, that the tower is related to the nameless manual. Luo Feng sat in the Yunmo planet ship and swiftly headed towards the tower. The tower seemed close, yet it was incredibly far away. Looking at the tower that blocked off almost half of the entire universe, the ship that flew close to light speed took about 10 more days to actually reach it, even though he could easily use heavy arrow to teleport over. Because the calling of the tower was messing with Luo Feng's mind, he forced himself to fly these 10 days to calm himself down. The Star Tower itself had the nebula whirlpools circling it. The base of it, however, didn't have any. The lowest level one had 9 entrances. And many other race emperors and officials came to try their luck. We've arrived. A silver beam of light stopped, silver-winged and armored Luo Feng stopped at the entrance. Before the entrance, it was impossible to see the end of it. How high was 9 light years compared to the sun? It was still a looming mountain. Let us see if it can recognize me as its master. Luo Feng took a deep breath. As he was incredibly nervous, calming himself down as his cells within burned. With rage, he extended his hand to gently touch the huge over 1,000,000 km tall entrance door. The black door was ice cold, and Luo Feng was filled with anticipation as he touched it. Back then, the soldier and general armor automatically entered his body and was easy to control. He frowned. There was no reaction from the door at all. Recognize me, he sent a thread of spirit energy into the tower. However, it was like a drop of water falling into the ocean, instantly swallowed up. The tower remained the same and Luo Feng had no reaction from it whatsoever. He was somewhat anxious, trying with blood, changing his position, going to another door. Basically he tried everything possible. Failure, failure, and still failure. What's going on? How can there be no reaction at all? Even if I cannot control it, it should still have some reaction. Even the Shawu wings I got didn't act this way. He was very curious. I feel like the entire tower is calling out to me strongly. However, no matter what I try, there's no reaction. So, a silhouette appeared from the distance, behind Luo Feng. He flashed beside Luo Feng. Blade River Emperor. A passionate shout resounded. Luo Feng turned to look. It was a malevolent-looking other race warrior with 3 curved horns and fangs, with a lizard tail on its back. It also had 4 legs and 2 arms. Luo Feng instantly recognized him, smiling. Vulture. Emperor Vulture was a renowned pinnacle emperor within the 24th base. With Luo Feng's memory, he naturally recalled him easily. Haha, what a coincidence. Vulture smiled, looking even more malevolent than before. It could only be blamed on his race's appearance. Maybe to him, he thought that he was smiling very happily and being friendly. I've heard of your incident before, and always wanted to meet you. It's such a coincidence for me to meet you here at Star Tower. Were you trying to get it to recognize you as its owner earlier? Luo Feng was stunned. Give me a second, I'll give it a shot too. Vulture went to the side and tried all sorts of methods on it, be it blood or spirit imprint, etc. After a while, he turned and shook his head. Damn, looks like I don't have the luck. Any warrior that comes here for the first time always gives it a shot. However, over countless years, no one has ever succeeded. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. I failed too. Blade River Emperor, how about we explore this Star Tower together? He suggested. There are many dangers within the tower, and the tower itself is dangerous. Along with hundreds of thousands of emperors, the battles can get terrifying. This invite was based on strength. Vulture had obviously not invited over by anyone when he came, and the name Blade River Emperor was well renowned now. Vulture naturally wanted to have him on his side. No thanks. Luo Feng smiled and rejected. Vulture didn't push it. They were after all from different races, with their own mindsets and secrets, etc. He naturally wouldn't ask further. He smiled and said, then I'll head in first, after which he became a blur and rushed into the tower. Luo Feng waited a while before stepping in. After confirming that the tower had a special connection with him, having other warriors around would make it troublesome. Luo Feng would rather head in alone. He even had his slave, Heavy Arrow. Why would he need a pinnacle emperor to go along with him? He walked within the vast tower, each step crossing tens of thousands of km. His silhouette was simply a blur as he swiftly progressed. He could hear rumbling within the tower. He had checked up quite a bit on the tower before and chatted with Heavy Arrow. For a while hence, he was clear about its construct within. The Star Tower was a massive skyscraper with many rooms within naturally. Each room was actually a forbidden space, and every one of them was secretly linked to each other. Also, the countless forbidden spaces would shift about occasionally. Meaning, even though staying inside of the Star Tower meant that one didn't move, as time flowed, the location of the tower would shift about. Forbidden spaces. Luo Feng was currently in one of these forbidden space. The pathway before had already sealed up and vanished behind him. This was an endless desert space, and at the edges, there were formless barriers that stopped anyone from getting close. Scanning devices, world projection, spirit energy scan, they can only be used within a forbidden space, and would be unable to reach outside or to another. Space teleportation can only be used within here too. I cannot teleport to another forbidden space. Luo Feng was clear on this point. Getting out was easy. Using God Country teleportation would allow him to leave the Star Tower immediately. If he didn't need to, he would have to travel within the many forbidden spaces, until he found the pathway between two spaces. Star Tower, 9 light-years tall, it holds countless forbidden spaces. Luo Feng looked about at this space. Rumble. The entire desert began to shake. Luo Feng was shocked as he turned to look. All of the sand was shaking violently as a huge object seemed to climb out from the sand. I've never heard of Heavy Arrow talking about this. Luo Feng quickly summoned Heavy Arrow out. So, Heavy Arrow appeared beside him and said respectfully, "Master." Simultaneously, he noticed the shaking of the sand and his expression changed. Such a huge disturbance, Master. The Star Tower is filled with dangers, and every forbidden space has its own dangers, only they are normally dormant. Even if triggered, they have different levels of danger. The most dangerous thing about the tower is still mostly warriors killing amongst themselves. However, once the dangers of the rooms come out, they are terrifying. Such a huge disturbance means more danger, Master. Did you just come in? Why does this forbidden space have such a huge disturbance? This is the first forbidden room I entered. Luo Feng looked at the sand. The sand grew upwards, almost like a wild beast awakening, while countless sand particles fell off. And a red armored being rose from within over 1,000 kilometers with a blur of over 10,000 sharp blades. A centipede-like metal creature appeared, its jade green eyes were looking at Luo Feng, and filled with killing intent. This 1,000 kilometers grade forbidden guard. Heavy Arrow's eyes stared wide. He turned to Luo Feng. Master, you actually attracted a 1,000 kilometers grade forbidden guard in your first forbidden room. I've been here over 10,000 years and been through countless rooms. The strongest I've ever encountered is only a 100 kilometers grade guard. Luo Feng frowned. I definitely felt a strong calling from the tower, yet I was unable to make myself its master, and there was no special reaction. However, the first room I entered, such a strong forbidden guard appeared. At least this is better than no reaction at all. Luo Feng and Heavy Arrow were like two tiny ants, looking up at the huge forbidden guard. According to my research, the forbidden guards are metal automaton puppets. Luo Feng muttered. Even though they are just puppets, they are extremely advanced, and are unaffected by soul attacks. Normally it's very hard to actually destroy their core within. Master. Heavy Arrow looked at the huge fiery red centipede in the stand, communicating. Mentally, it's quite impossible to destroy it, and soul attacks are ineffective even though its energy core is very sturdy and hard to disrupt. We have only one choice, and that is to shake it enough to destroy its core within. I know. Luo Feng nodded, his eyes fixed on the guard. Luo Feng and Heavy Arrow watched the centipede. The huge centipede gazed down at them almost like a lion or tiger glaring at shivering rabbits, like it was mocking them. Howl and ear-piercing cackle resounded from its throat. The sound itself rippled strongly throughout at light speed towards Luo Feng and Heavy Arrow. This caused their brains to shake from within. When Luo Feng awoke from the shock, the centipede had already vanished from its spot and appeared above them. The huge body was almost like a cloud that covered them from above, crushing downwards. The blur of claws along surrounded and began to attack the two of them. Tens of claws were aiming at them, and every one of these were tens of km long. They were thin, sharp and long blades with 9 forks each. Each blade was taller than Earth's tallest mountains. Came slashing at them. They rotated like a meat grinder. The universe space was easily torn apart. Luo Feng wielded his blood shadow blade and snorted coldly as he rushed into the sky and unleashed his blade work, heading straight towards the huge body. Hua! A silver river slash appeared. Rumble! One of the claws clashed with his blade, with a loud clang, being knocked aside as the surrounding other claws rushed madly at him. It's incredibly sturdy. Even my blade cannot break out of this. Luo Feng looked at the surrounding claws, his expression changing. He had initially wanted to attack the body of the centipede immediately, only this had the highest possibility of shaking and disrupting its energy core within. However, with the claws surrounding it, he had no way to even touch the body. So he flapped his wings, dodging over and over before the claws. They were thick and huge, hence Luo Feng could easily dodge and evade them. Break! Not too far away, Heavy Arrow howled. Luo Feng turned to look. Heavy Arrow's energy had soared as he too was surrounded by tens of claws. He had unleashed his amplification technique and wielded his ancient bow, drawing and shooting his arrows. Just the backlash from the bow alone caused the space around to become stream particles. The arrow formed a demonic illusion and were incredibly condensed with energy, almost like two different shots. As the arrow shot out, space split apart. Heavy Arrow Emperor's dual arrow. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. It was one arrow, but it gave off the effect of two. This wasn't the space Law's illusion technique, but rather the use of his powerful undying energy. With Law movement, the bow technique he used made it seem like two real arrows were shot out. Back then, when Heavy Arrow was chased by Luo Feng, he didn't even have enough strength to unleash this move. Rumble! 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 The two arrows clashed hard against the many claws, knocking them aside. Rumble! The final arrow hit the stomach portion of the centipede. This was the full power of an Emperor Limit Warrior. The first arrow forcefully tore at the stomach portion, revealing a wound as the second pierced right through a huge cavity was left there as the centipede cringed. The claws that surrounded Luo Feng stopped their attacks too and withdrew. That powerful Luo Feng was shocked. Be careful, Master! Heavy Arrow flashed to beside him, communicating. The Forbidden Guards have powerful defenses. Even invincible emperors have no way To tear through its body, from what I estimate, this one seems to have a weaker stomach portion. It may have other trump cards hidden. Luo Feng was shocked. Xiao xiao. The two of them swiftly flashed and created distance between them and the centipede. It couldn't be helped, they were in a forbidden space, and it was impossible to escape. Luo Feng carefully examined the twitching centipede. Lightning began to sprout from its torn-up stomach region. Pa, another head forcefully sprouted from the stomach hole. As it tore open, the metal began to form a whole other centipede. Stunned, one centipede became two. Cackle cackle. The two howled and flew at them. One became two. Don't tell me these two will become four. Luo Feng flapped his wings and flew far away. Cackle. One centipede pierced through the skies, its countless claws climbing in mid-air as the space around it shook violently. It chased Luo Feng, and its speed was pretty fast, however, with Luo Feng dodging with his max speed. Even heavy arrow was far from his speed. This centipede could never catch up with him. On the other end, another centipede was rushing at Heavy Arrow. Heavy Arrow once again shot an arrow at it. Rumble, 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 rumble. His powerful attack shot out. The space about tore apart as the attack knocked away the claws. The final vibrations hit the centipede's stomach. Its stomach was pierced through. Heavy Arrow rushed angrily straight at the hole. Countless claws madly slashed at him to stop him, but he had long prepared another arrow, easily knocking away all the claws as he took the chance to try and pierce into the body. Just as he reached the hole and is about to rush in, a gold silhouette shot out from the hole, fast as lightning. Even Heavy Arrow had no way to dodge. Dang, it hit directly on his body and the ancient clock armor, knocking him far away. As he was flying backwards, he shot another arrow to break through the other claws obstructing him. Hell! An ear-piercing sound resounded throughout the space, shaking the entire desert. The two huge centipedes stopped and landed on the ground. Luo Feng and Heavy Arrow gathered. What's going on? Why is it so hard? Luo Feng frowned. Heavy Arrow looked at the two, especially the one with the hole in its stomach. It was twitching there with the gold silhouette that popped out before, almost like something was about to reveal itself. Master, he said, the true danger of Star Tower is the hundreds of thousands of emperors. As for its own dangers, even though there are many, it shouldn't be so hard for an emperor limit like me. They are usually insufficient for me to burn my undying body. This time, however, there's something wrong. Chi. That centipede with a hole in its head kept twitching at its stomach. Some gold thing seemed to be climbing out. From what I know, there's only one reason why it's so troublesome, he said. Speak. Luo Feng felt something was amiss. Heavy Arrow was an emperor limit. If a forbidden guard had to force him to burn part of his undying body, then wouldn't all the pinnacle and high emperors be dead in Truth Star Tower? Couldn't he be that dangerous? If a battlefield was that dangerous, why would so many emperors come? Star Tower is usually very calm, unless a sealed star is about to release. Heavy Arrow's eyes gleamed with fire. A sealed star is about to release. Luo Feng was stunned. After we settle this guard, you can check with your friends in the virtual universe to see if those in Star Tower have encountered dangers too. Heavy Arrow said, if a large group has encountered trouble, then a sealed star may possibly be released soon. A huge fight is about to occur here. Luo Feng held his breath. Defeating an emperor was easy, sealing was hard, and killing was even harder. And the sealed star is a sealing treasure as long as one was slightly stronger than the enemy. He could use the sealed star to seal his enemy. Within the enemy would never be able to escape as its material was incredibly special. Once trapped within, even a knight wouldn't be able to forcefully break out. Of course, it would be much more troublesome to seal a knight. However, it was still a true treasure. That was enough to make countless warriors from trillions of races go mad, for there were already many gathered here, while others may rush over. One could only imagine how brutal the bloodshed would be for the sealed stars. Every one of them would invite a huge massacre. Master, you just entered Star Tower, and something like this is happening. Looks like you are fated to get the sealed star. Heavy Arrow said in a slave's heart. His master was the most important thing in the universe. Pa pa pa. The centipede with a hole in its stomach had its hole enlarged as a gold armored creature climbed out. It was a 20 m long gold armored scorpion, and its tail was sharp and bent. Heavy Arrow squinted at it. It was this tail that attacked him earlier. The two huge centipedes were each hundreds of km in length. This gold-armored scorpion, however, was only 20 m long. It was almost like an ant compared to the huge mountains. Pa. It gently waved its tail, causing explosions in the space around it. Tears could be seen as its dark blood-red eyes stared hard at Luo Feng and Heavy Arrow. Howlet let out an ear-piercing howl. Cackle cackle. The two huge centipedes obeyed it, lying down respectfully as the scorpion climbed on it, never taking its eyes off Luo Feng and Heavy Arrow. Luo Feng stared back. Master, this gold-armored creature is very strong. I only exchanged a quick blow with it earlier, Heavy Arrow said. Even though it doesn't know any laws, its pure attack is still slightly stronger than a pinnacle emperor, and its tail should be its strongest offensive weapon. Luo Feng stared at the scorpion and replied, have you found its weak point? No, Heavy Arrow said. When I fought with the huge guard earlier, I discovered its body regions were weaker, and my arrows could pierce right through. However, it could also be because it was hiding this gold-armored creature within, hence it made its stomach region easier to break out of. As for this creature, its defense is much stronger, and dealing with it will be troublesome. It's not wise to butt heads with it. If we drag out this fight, we may discover the pathway out of this forbidden space. Then we can swiftly leave. The guards have no way to leave their own space. Luo Feng stared carefully. He had the feeling that even though the scorpion was staring at the two of them, it seemed more focused on him, and not the stronger Heavy Arrow. How the creature suddenly howled. Rumble rumble. In the distance, the two centipedes lying down suddenly moved, both rushing at Heavy Arrow, of course, because of their size, and Luo Feng and Heavy Arrow were both close by. It seemed like both of them were simply attacking both of them. Luo Feng immediately dodged, while Heavy Arrow went another direction. Fight it out with the guards, using flame god crystals, burning undying body. It wasn't worth it at all. Drag the battle out. Drag it till they discovered a pathway out. Cackle cackle, the two huge centipedes called out, both rushing at Heavy Arrow, one on each side with their huge form. It was almost like two red clouds descending on him, along with the blur of 10 kilometers long claws. It was like a blade forest which was engulfing Heavy Arrow. An ancient clock appeared on his body. He was an emperor limit with an undying body, with the ancient clock protecting him, even the strongest flame god. Crystal explosion would hardly even make him lose one of his undying body. The two centipedes may seem powerful and capable of suppressing him, but in truth, it was hard to harm even a hair of him. Weird Luo Feng was stunned as he noticed the two centipedes attack. Heavy arrow. Howl, the gold-armored scorpion, which was sitting in the distance, finally made its move. Xiao. It waved its tail like a gold lightning bolt, piercing at Luo Feng. Let us see just how strong this scorpion is. Luo Feng was confident in his defense, plus the scorpion wasn't as huge as the centipedes, being trapped by them was troublesome. Against this scorpion, however, with just 20 m in size, Luo Feng could easily dodge and escape. The gold scorpion was a gold beam of light, and Luo Feng was a silver beam of light. The two of them instantly clashed. Rumble. A resplendent silver slash clashed with its claw, and the even fast tail of the scorpion formed a gold beam of light, piercing at the unstable Luo Feng, who was flying backwards from the clash. Luo Feng, however, reacted fast enough, waving his wing in front. Chi. The sharp tail clashed with the Shawu wings. This force that had knocked away an emperor limit earlier caused Luo Feng to be knocked back in a silver beam of light. As for the scorpion, it had hit an immovable wall. The undamaged wings created a huge force back at it. It caused the scorpion to roll backwards for a while. Heavy arrow is right. He flapped his wings to stop in mid-air, gazing at the scorpion. The tail is indeed powerful against such an automaton puppet. The Feyamo poison is useless. Then receive another attack. Luo Feng wielded his blood shadow blade and instantly became a beam of light, rushing forward. How the scorpion rushed at him too, force against force. It had no fear. Luo Feng raised his blade. The scorpion used its pincers to defend. Hua. Luo Feng's right wing flapped hard as he unleashed moon policy. One had to know that this pinnacle technique was created for wing usage, and later on adapted for the blade. The scorpion, which was defending against his blade, was suddenly hit by the silver wing and thrown off balance. As the distance between them was too close, Luo Feng had unleashed it when they had gotten extremely close. The edges of the wing were incredibly sharp, and as a true treasure, its sharpness exceeded any blade. Hua. The space around was torn apart, almost as though an invincible god had appeared to attack. A silver light followed the tear and slashed at the scorpion's body. As it touched, it became the special space energy of the Sha Wu wings that pierced inwards. Even an undying facing this energy would have his body destroyed somewhat. The defense of the scorpion too naturally weakened. Ga-chi-chi-chi, a weird sound, almost like a guillotine slamming into a steel bar, could be heard as the scorpion rolled backwards. The gold armor seemed undamaged, however there was definitely damage within. The scorpion, however, continued to roll into the distant desert until it stopped, lifeless. Cackle cackle. The distant huge centipedes immediately flew over. They didn't care about heavy arrow anymore, one of which opened its large mouth and swallowed the metal of the scorpion, after which it glanced at Luo Feng and heavy arrow before burrowing into the sand. Both centipedes burrowed deep into the sand, and calm followed after. Heavy arrow flew over and landed beside Luo Feng. It was that easy. Luo Feng frowned. Heavy arrow, who had been watching his fight, said, "Master, I only clashed slightly with its tail earlier, as for his body's defenses, I wasn't clear about it. Your attack earlier did cause damage to its energy core within. It was after all much smaller, and the force of the attack could easily reach its core. Hearing his explanation, Luo Feng agreed automaton puppets were indeed that way. Destroying their bodies was tough. Normally the only way to deal with them was to destroy their core within. However, he still felt something amiss. Heavy Arrow has never encountered such troublesome guards after so many years. In here, it's only my first time, and it's my first forbidden space, yet this happened. Also, the gold scorpion was drawn out by Heavy Arrow, yet it chose not to deal with him, but rushed at me instead. And I can feel the gazes of both centipedes and the scorpion have emotions. They were filled with killing intent, and were trying to kill me. Did my coming here arouse their defenses? He frowned, pondering according to the situation before. Even though he could feel the strong calling from the tower, he was unable to become its master. It was completely different form. The soldier, general, and king armor also. Getting a pinnacle treasure like the Star Tower couldn't be that simple. The closer I am to victory, the more careful I have to be. The Star Tower is reacting differently to me. It can mean two things. One is that it's friendly with me, another is that it truly wants to kill me. Luo Feng thought, if I was the creator of the tower, and I left this powerful tool here, I wouldn't casually hand it over easily to the later generations. Especially by simply relying on luck. Not possible, even to the most pinnacle of beings in the universe. The Star Tower is still an incredibly huge treasure. Luo Feng's soul could be excited, happy, and gleeful, but he always maintained his calm, knowing oneself, laughing when it was the time, being excited, nervous, angry as needed. Everything was simply being himself, yet it didn't mean that he would lose himself to these emotions, or truly believe that his luck was heavenly, easily getting such a huge treasure like the Star Tower. If he was like that, he would very likely lose his life. I have a feeling Star Tower may be the place where I died. Luo Feng gazed about the desert. Forbidden space. The gold-armored scorpion and centipedes had emotions in their eyes. They were filled with killing intent that made Luo Feng shudder. He wasn't fearful of the guards, rather of the entire tower. The Star Tower had a master before, and its master may very likely be the creator of the nameless manual. I was lucky in attaining the manual. Don't tell me that the tower is specially used to deal with lucky people like me, who got the manual unexpectedly. Luo Feng thought, success means I'll live. Failure means death. Many thoughts flashed within his mind. Master, master, I've discovered the pathway, Heavy Arrow shouted, waking Luo Feng from his thoughts. Ah, pathway. Luo Feng looked over. Master, here. Heavy Arrow walked ahead. So they quickly reached far away. There in the center of the desert, there was a whirlpool, and within the darkness, there was starlight. This is the pathway. I've been through such pathways many times, Heavy Arrow said. Luo Feng nodded. Let us go. They stepped straight into the whirlpool. The moment they stepped through, they landed on a stone surface, leaving the desert forbidden space. This is. Luo Feng was shocked and looked around. Within the vast space, a rock bridge spiraled into the distance, but there were no beams supporting it. It simply floated there downwards. Master, this is the pathway. Heavy Arrow landed beside, respectfully pointing at the end of the bridge. There's nothing there. reaching the end of. This passage leads to another forbidden space. What as below Luo Feng gazed down at the void below the bridge, can we fly down? Nothing will happen, Heavy Arrow smiled normally if your luck is good. You'll see sealed stars along the pathway, however, the place they are in is very dangerous. There are formless barriers that stop warriors from getting close. If one forcefully gets close, he would most likely fall. I've seen many sealed stars about. If my luck was good, I'd see one every 1 or 2 years. If it was poor, maybe one every 1,000 years. Back then there were some other race emperors that got very excited from seeing them. They flew directly to grab them, but they were killed. See one every 1 to 2 years. Luo Feng gazed below. I think I've already seen it. Heavy Arrow was stunned. He looked down too, and stared wide-eyed. Indeed. Luo Feng gazed below. Deep in the void, there was a star that was rolling. Its size was similar to a normal star. The energy it gave off was terrifying. It revolved there in a steady speed within the vast void. True treasure, Luo Feng said. Heavy Arrow said, we can only look at it. There are many sealed stars in Star Tower, just those recorded are plenty, along with many others that haven't been found. It's a pity, unless the sealed stars fall off themselves. Even the invincible universe masters of the 4 pinnacle races cannot forcefully grab them. Luo Feng continued forward. Another sealed star, Heavy Arrow, walked along the stone bridge and exclaimed. Shocked. Luo Feng followed. In the depths of below the bridge, they would occasionally see a revolving sealed star in a different position. It maintained such speed for trillions of years, never stopping, until it falls. Just as he walked along the bridge, he received a call request. He immediately sent a thread of consciousness into the virtual universe network to receive the call. Yang Tianqian Emperor. Luo Feng smiled shocked. This emperor was a human. He hadn't been in the Hong Alliance too long, but he had spoken to quite a few human emperors. Within many of them were either immersed in their own training, or too proud, or exploring secret regions, etc. Even though Luo Feng didn't get the chance to meet a lot of them, he had gathered most of their basic information. I'm at Star Tower through the army system. It showed me that you are nearby. Hence, I immediately messaged you, Tianqian said. Luo Feng nodded. The army system compiled the locations of all the soldiers and broadcast them within the virtual universe system. Even in a special environment like the forbidden space where one could scan other spaces, they could still discover their allies. I've already contacted a few good friends, because I was attacked by the forbidden guards within the space. It's rare for them to be so troublesome. 3 of the friends I've contacted encountered the same. What about you? He asked. You too. I was attacked by the guards too, Luo Feng said. It's getting serious. Looks like the chances of a sealed star falling is very high. Tianqian said. Yang, if a sealed star were to fall, the forbidden spaces within the tower will keep drawing the warriors closer together. This would naturally gather all the warriors to where the star would fall. Every time a sealed star falls, a huge massacre would occur. You have to be careful too. I'm entering my next space now. After ending the call with Tianqian, Luo Feng received another 6 calls from allies that were close by. Any ally within a 1 billion km area would be able to detect him. They all went through the same trouble and suspected the imminent fall of the sealed star. After talking to them, it seemed like the possibility was very high. A sealed star is really going to fall. Luo Feng was on alert now. Even though the sealed star was a true treasure, for Luo Feng, who had the spacelock armband, the general armor, the king armor, the Shawu wings, and the ancient clock, he wouldn't simply lose his mind over the falling of a sealed star. With his perspective and the strong calling of the tower, his vision was much higher than others. A sealed star only falls once in a very long time. One is falling the moment I came here. Doesn't it seem like a coincidence? Luo Feng was on alert, asking, Heavy Arrow, what happens when a sealed star falls? They are usually different, but there are still some similarities. The forbidden spaces within the tower would all naturally join, gathering all the warriors together, resulting in a final bloodbath. Heavy Arrow explained. Let us go. Luo Feng nodded, not speaking anymore as they quickly reached the end. Looking at the void below the bridge, he could make out the revolving sealed stars below. He kept Heavy Arrow in his world ring and stepped through alone into another forbidden space. This was an ocean world. The moment Luo Feng stepped through, the entrance disappeared and the silver armored Luo Feng floated in the air above the ocean, looking about and searching for the pathway to the next space. Under normal circumstances, the pathways were very easy to find. It usually took up to 1 day max to find it. Hua hua hua, the waves began to churn violently, rumbling from within. An explosion occurred right after. An ear-piercing screech could be heard. A jade-blue snake-like creature with a head full of metal scales flew out of the ocean, revealing close to 2 kilometers of itself above the surface. Its lower half had limbs as its appearance caused the ocean to shake from within. Its gold eyes stared at the silver-winged and armored human. Another guard, Luo Feng muttered. The star seemed incredibly unfriendly against Luo Feng. From the first to the 9th space, every space had a guard appear, and their battle techniques and styles all had different levels of danger. The 7th space was the most dangerous one. He encountered a 1-2 short black metal gorilla wielded 2 huge hammers and was incredibly fast and nimble. The smaller it was, the more nimble it was. The black gorilla was the fastest guard he had encountered in all 9 spaces. In terms of speed and dodging, it could keep up with Luo Feng. Its 2 hammers were more terrifying than Heavy Arrow's attacks. Heavy Arrow could only resort to being a shield, unless he burnt his undying body. He had no way to fight back. It was the first time Luo Feng used his full strength with the Shawu wings. Defending against the hammers and dodging, it took over half an hour before the exit appeared. Only then did they escape the 7th space. When they escaped, the gorilla was still howling within. Luckily, it's only a metal puppet, unable to burn its undying body, Luo Feng muttered. Madness. This guard, in terms of strength, he has already exceeded an emperor limit, and was even close to an invincible emperor if it was a true god, who is able to burn his undying body. Just burning a little would raise its strength over 1,000 times. I would have no resistance whatsoever. Heavy Arrow was still reeling from the shock. After the 9th space, Luo Feng didn't get attacked by any more guards. Within the tower, they passed through the many forbidden spaces. 21st space, Luo Feng sat, cross-legged on a fireball, as the ball flew straight to the 21st exit. This 21st space was a swampland, and 2 groups of other race undyings were floating in the skies above. One was from the automaton camp, with 22 undyings, all at emperor level, and 2 of which were automaton people. 2 automaton emperors. The other group was the bug camp, with 6 emperors. Their energy levels were, however, much higher. Among the 6, there was one that was an emperor limit puppet. This emperor limit puppet naturally represented that terrifying bug. Undying. The undying bug queens, every one of them was a terrifying force. I didn't expect to bump into them here. This will be troublesome. However, there's no need to fear when the sealed star falls, our race's life. Fall Emperor will definitely appear. Our automaton race will team up. Would we need to fear the bug race? 2 similarly dressed automaton warriors in black armor exchanged glances. Beside them, the 20 other undyings obviously followed them. The automatons were few in numbers, and every emperor represented a terrifying automaton. Empire that was truly terrifying. Of course, under normal circumstances, they were still weaker than the bug undyings. The bug race didn't have such level markings of emperors. As long as a queen was undying, it would naturally be the most terrifying being. Beneath night level, controlling an undying bug army, each combined attack would make countless emperors shiver in fear. Hua! In the distance, a split in space occurred. A silver-armored and winged silhouette flew out and floated in mid-air. The automaton and bug camps were engaged in a deadlock. Both sides didn't seem to care much about the lone warrior that appeared. It's Blade River Emperor. It's the human Blade River Emperor. Ah, this is the one that chased Blood Beast Emperor away and forced Heavy Arrow into a coma. Both sides quickly went on full alert. The reputation and incident from before made them not underestimate this human. This is seeing the 2 distance camps face off in mid-air in the 21st space, especially the powerful energies they emanated. Luo Feng was nervous. Luo Feng carefully examined the groups. One group was huge while the other had less undyings. The automaton side had 2 more prominent automaton warriors dressed in black armor, and the others crowded together. Their positions were obviously different. It's a pity that I don't know any of them, even though Luo Feng had studied a lot on many warriors. He knew many of the emperors on Yanji continent. As for Star Tower, there were hundreds of thousands of emperors from other camps, and it wasn't easy to go through all of them. On the other side, Luo Feng turned to look. The group with lesser undyings, with a total of 6 emperors. However, from the deadlock, he could see from their gazes and the energies they emanated that this group was more powerful. It's him. Luo Feng stared at one of the 6 emperors. His energy was huge, and no weaker than Gold Song and Heavy Arrow. His appearance was ugly, as he was 3 m tall, covered in a layer of black. His face had 8 soft black horns that drooped down the side. His little eyes shot a cold gaze. He was from the Bai race, Skeleton Emperor. His reputation was huge within the entire 7th battlefield. However, he was renowned not because he was an emperor limit, and not even because he was from the Bai race, but rather because he was a soul slave, a slave that was controlled by a bug king queen. His presence here meant that his master was also here. Bug clan queen Luo Feng tensed up within. Nanqing. Nanqing was the name that queen had reported before within the bug clan. There was no separation of class amongst undyings, no officials or emperors. That queen was naturally simply called Nanqing, with no emperor title. However, within the 7th battlefield, many warriors had gathered information on her because she was a bug clan queen. Bug Queen Nanqing, she controls quite a few emperor limits and pinnacles. among which the Ba-E-Ray skeleton emperor is the one with the strongest defense, hence she normally uses him to move about, while she and her army stay hidden within a world ring. Luo Feng thought it's no wonder the automaton side is being pressured despite their strength. It was only then that Luo Feng truly felt that this was Star Tower, the highest and most dangerous place within the 7th battlefield. Finding one emperor limit on Yanji continent was extremely hard, and finding an emperor pinnacle proficient in soul attacks was very hard as well. However, in Star Tower there were trillions of emperor pinnacles from all over. Even though there were less emperor limits or pinnacles proficient in soul attacks, there were still quite a few. And a few terrifying beings. Like Queen Nanqing, this level of being, because of her race, treasures, and strength, she was close to an invincible emperor. However, compared to a true invincible emperor like True Yen, there was still quite a difference. Her level of being could be considered invincible below knight level. However, against a knight, she would have no resistance at all. It was easy to see the difference between her and True Yen. However, in the 7th battlefield, she was already the most pinnacle of beings. True Yen's level was rare even amongst the trillions of races. Those at his level were all looking for chances to break through to the knight level. They would hardly ever come to the outer region wars, mainly because they pose no challenge to them at all. In mid-air, the automaton side and bug side floated. Luo Feng stood alone as the three faced off, all searching for the exit from the forbidden space. Luo Feng naturally didn't get too close to them. The two camps were both his enemies. Why would he get close? "You are Blade River Emperor," a hoarse voice resounded. Luo Feng turned to look. It was a larger-sized Undying from the automaton camp. With a huge iron face and black mouth. From a human point of view, this was the face of a simple and honest person. He was smiling oddly at Luo Feng. "Who are you?" Luo Feng asked. "I am Chen Hun Emperor, a good brother of Purple Clock," he mocked. Purple Clock's brother. Luo Feng frowned at him. He had searched a lot about Purple Clock before, but he never picked up on this. However, they were both from the automaton camp, hence, connections such as this were common. The other automaton emperors, besides, seemed chatty even though they were on alert. Whether it was them or the Bug Clan side, they all had the right to look down on Luo Feng. In terms of absolute strength, they were much more powerful. Purple Clock's brother, do you have a problem? Luo Feng looked at him. Blade River Emperor. He snorted, quite arrogant. However, you have to understand that this is Star Tower, not Yanji continent over here, especially here, whether it's against us or the bug race, you have no right at all to be arrogant. Haha! Laughter resounded from beside. The automaton camp burst out in laughter. The bug side watched on. Luo Feng frowned at the scene. He felt the animosity from the automaton camp, especially from this Chen Hun Emperor. He seemed to be filled with killing intent. Back then, Luo Feng had killed Purple Clock along with 13 other emperors from the automaton camp, using them as stepping stones. It was understandable that they were filled with contempt for him. "I've never displayed any arrogance before the two camps, but you, this tiny little Chen Hun Emperor, you dare get arrogant before me?" Luo Feng mocked. "Are you looking?" Chen Hun raged, but suddenly stopped. In the distance, a huge silhouette appeared beside Luo Feng. It was the masked black skinny warrior, and his powerful energy was definitely comparable to the strongest warrior from both sides here. Heavy Arrow Emperor. It's Heavy Arrow. What powerful energy, he is in his peak form. The comatose heavy arrow has recovered his full strength so quickly. Both camps were completely shocked. Even though both sides were on alert before, they didn't bother too much with Luo Feng now. However, they were on their toes, even the warriors from the automaton camp who were making fun of Luo Feng before all stopped smiling, not daring to brag anymore. They felt threatened. Able to help recover heavy arrow to his perfect form in such a short time required over hundreds of billions of mixed elements. Just the wealth alone showed how much of a threat Luo Feng was. And also, with Luo Feng and heavy arrow combined, they were a force not to be reckoned with. Chen Hun, know your place. Luo Feng gazed coldly at him and looked away. After Master Heavy Arrow stood behind him respectfully. Heavy Arrow, remember, don't reveal your ancient clock. The fact that you have it is my huge trump card. Luo Feng communicated mentally. Understood, Heavy Arrow replied. An emperor limit was terrifying. One with the ancient clock was even more terrifying, just from how purple clock was incredibly powerful. With it was proof enough. Also, he was only a pinnacle emperor who was able to kill 2 emperor limits with the clock now. Heavy Arrow was an emperor limit with the ancient clock. Luo Feng looked at the two sides. He was very clear, in the world of warriors, displaying strength appropriately was the way to win respect. If he remained low profile all the way, he would be bullied. Even the pinnacle Emperor Chen Hun was trying to stand above him. Suddenly, Wei Yi found the exit. Exit. Hua hua. The two sides immediately flew into the distance. Luo Feng and Heavy Arrow flew forward too. The exit was closest to the bug camp side. Luo Feng and Heavy Arrow were closer than the automatons. The automaton camp was the furthest. The three powers flew towards the exit. Blade River Emperor, the automaton camp and the bug camp will head forward. First, you should wait behind. Chen Hun shouted at him. Luo Feng turned behind to look. Chen Hun was flying with his large group of emperors, his eyes gleeful, being disgraced earlier. However, his words implied their different standings, that their camp was stronger and they should naturally leave first. Luo Feng turned away and continued heading forward. Blade River. Chen Hun's expression changed. He immediately raged and shouted angrily, looking for death. Luo Feng turned fiercely. Hua. Heavy Arrow instantly attacked. He rushed straight at Chen Hun. Since their distance wasn't too huge, with one flying forward and another rushing back at him, they instantly connected. Heavy Arrow wielded an arc blade and it glowed with a purple light. Poochie poochie. 2 flashes occurred and the blade slashed through Chen Hun's body. He was instantly cut into 3 parts, his eyes still originally gleeful. Without burning your undying body, an emperor limit cannot kill me. Your action only starts a fight, and when the 2 automaton warriors make their move, you'll be dead. After which his eyes were filled with shock. The 2 arc blades were covered with the Famo poison. They completely entered his body and destroyed it from within. Chen Hun Emperor dead. The bug side and automaton side all watched in shock as Chen Hun's undying body crumbled. They couldn't imagine how could a pinnacle emperor fall so easily. Heavy Arrow wielded the blades coldly and looked at the armor, weapons, and treasure left behind, saying coldly, humiliating my master, you deserve to die. Chen Hun just fell like that. The automaton camp was completely stunned. They immediately guessed that the Famous Blade River Emperor had some special techniques, buying some special weapons from the universe after all, even though Heavy Arrow was an emperor. Limit, he couldn't simply kill another pinnacle emperor, just like that. The blade he used must definitely be special, either its material was special or there was something unique about it. So extravagant. That Blade River Emperor must have some kind of background. Before his name grew huge, I heard he got the Sacrificial Tower treasure and was instantly different. The treasure must have been shocking, allowing him to buy such weapons. The other warriors of the automaton camp, including the warriors in the bug camp, all swiftly deduced. Both sides began to take more notice of Blade River Emperor, not daring to stupidly go insult him anymore. Even so, the automaton camp was still made of emperors, with 2 automaton warriors within. Not that they had been bullied, but could they live it down? If they didn't even do anything for their fallen comrade, that would be too huge of a disgrace. Blade River, what are you doing? The 2 black-armored automaton warriors with slight green skin roared. So, Heavy Arrow had already returned to Luo Feng's side, respectful as before. However, no one could forget how vicious he was earlier. Automaton undying. Luo Feng said coldly, I never picked a fight with either yours or the bug side. However, that little Chen Hun dared to insult me. Do you really think that with allies around I wouldn't react to insult? He forgot the pride of a warrior doesn't submit to humiliation or challenges unless he had enough strength. It's a pity my underling Heavy Arrow proved one thing, that he was too weak. Since he dared insult me, then he should have been prepared to receive my attack. Luo Feng's gaze swept past the automaton camp. I believe that all of you saw everything and understand my reasons if you wish to act because of that idiot. Before I will welcome you, my character is such that I do not usually fight with people I have no grudges with. I wish to save my strength for the falling of the sealed star. Wasting any strength now will simply lead to regret later. It'll allow the others to gain the advantage. The automaton warriors all gazed at the bug clan ahead. There were 3 powers now. Luo Feng was the weakest, the automaton camp was slightly stronger, and the bug clan was the strongest. If the automaton side fought it out with Luo Feng, they may ultimately be picked off by the bug clan after. The sealed star is the most important. Let us hope you can survive till then, the leading automaton warrior roared. Let us hope you can do the same. Luo Feng smiled. After which, they didn't speak anymore. The bug side was disappointed, but this was still within their expectations. The warriors that weren't too different in strength would hardly ever truly fight it out. Who would attack if they didn't have a guarantee without any benefits? What's the point? Chen Hun's death forced the automaton side to question Luo Feng, and he replied accordingly. Everybody understood the reason as to settling the debt. Was it possible? Who would be stupid enough to risk their life against Blade River Emperor, who could even enslave an emperor? Limit seemingly dignified on the surface, but within they were all greedy. There's benefits from chaos. Luo Feng muttered. Our Chinese history has seen all of this before. Everything is for the sake of benefits. The bug side, the automaton side, and Luo Feng with Heavy Arrow, the 3 groups entered the next forbidden space. The moment they entered, they discovered that there were already 2 groups of undyings there, who were also stuck in a deadlock, one of which was the human camp and the other was the bug side. Tianqian Emperor Luo Feng saw a 3-eyed man with long brown hair within. The human camp, that was Tianqian Emperor, a pinnacle emperor, however. Because he was proficient in soul and illusion attacks, his threat was comparable to that of an emperor limit. Such warriors, proficient in illusions or soul attacks, as long as they burned a little of their undying body to attack, even an emperor limit would be in danger. Yang Tianqian's eyes gleamed. Chongwu Emperor Luo Feng brought heavy arrow over, mixing in with the many others in the human camp. The group of human undyings only had one true human. The rest were from other races. Yang Blade River Emperor. Blade River. Many warriors were shocked when they saw heavy arrow behaving obediently around Luo Feng back then when he was forced into a coma. Everybody had guessed that he would be enslaved, however, to recover his full strength so quickly would have huge costs. It made the emperors all respect Luo Feng, but feel despair at the same time. Everyone was extra passionate with him. Those close called out Yang, those that weren't shouted out Blade River Emperor. The camp naturally revolved around Luo Feng and Tianqian Emperor as the core. On the other side, the two bug groups had gathered. Many shouted out Skeleton Emperor, Skeleton Emperor, whereas Lord Nanqing, Skeleton Emperor. From those words, one could tell without a doubt that the leader of the group was still the Queen Nanqing, who had yet to show herself. Skeleton Emperor Tianqian frowned. He asked the one with the strongest defense. With him there, Nanqing will definitely be around. I didn't expect to bump into her so early. Even if you don't meet her now, you'll still eventually see her. Luo Feng smiled. Do you have confidence in dealing with Nanqing? Tianqian looked at Luo Feng. Nope, Luo Feng said casually. You no hope at all? Tianqian shook his head. He too was candid. Every bug Queen is proficient in soul attacks and defense. Even Skeleton Emperor, an emperor limit, was enslaved. She's definitely stronger than me in soul attacks. I have no hope at all. Luo Feng nodded. Right. Undying bug queens were all terrifying. They were naturally proficient in soul attacks, and they even had an undying bug army. The more warriors there are, the less of a threat of this strength. Difference, Tianqian said. Right now the Queen Nanqing is very threatening. She alone can stand over all of us here. However, as the number of warriors grow, the threat will shrink, especially when the sealed star falls. The number of other race emperors would have grown to a huge number as long as we all combine our attacks. Even a night wound to be able to withstand it. They would have to dodge and not take it head-on. Luo Feng nodded. When the numbers grew over an extent, it would get even more terrifying. As time passed, they traveled from one forbidden space to the next. Every space they entered, they gathered more warriors, and the numbers grew bigger. This scene made all the warriors sure that a sealed star was about to fall. Only when that was about to happen would the star tower actually shift. The space is this way, gathering the warriors together. Skeleton Emperor. It's Skeleton Emperor. If Skeleton Emperor is there, the bug Queen Nanqing must be there too. That old being is here to fight for the sealed star too. Our chances have gotten slimmer. Even though the numbers were growing, whether it was the human camp, demon camp or automaton camp, the main topic seemed to be Skeleton Emperor and Nanqing. Nanqing, without a doubt, was the strongest warrior amongst the entire group gathered. Luo Feng stood in the air above the grass with the undyings from the human camp. Meeting Skeleton Emperor and killing Chen Hun all happened today, and this is Only the ninth space. I didn't expect to already see over 2,600 undyings. Gathered. Luo Feng glanced into the distance. The automaton camp had over 600 warriors, the bug camp had over 800, the demon camp had over 500 and the human camp had over 600. 2,600 undyings. Even though Luo Feng could recognize quite a few, from the percentage he could deduce, over 90 were emperors. We haven't reached the final space, and there are already so many. When the sealed star falls, how many would there be? Luo Feng exclaimed. It took countless years for a large group of emperors to be revived, and even so, that would only be about 100,000 emperors. In the universe, with trillions of races added together, the number of emperors was absurd. Just Star Tower alone had hundreds of thousands of emperors, exceeding humanity as a whole. One race alone had no way to compete with trillions of others. Even if only 1,000th came out from the other races, it would still far exceed the single race. However, the pinnacle races were strong because they had more pinnacle strength. Wang. A tear occurred in the space. A large group of warriors hustled through. It's the exit. Luo Feng glanced over. There are even more undyings now. It's mostly two camps, one from the bug camp and another from the human. No. There are three camps. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. There were indeed three camps from this intake. The bug camp had over 100. The human had over 30 and the demon camp only had one. Black Tomb Emperor. Black Tomb Emperor. It's Black Tomb Emperor. Immediately, the attention of the over 2,600 undyings in this region all switched to the lone warrior from the demon camp entering. He carried a huge blood-colored blade on his back, covered in blood-red scales, with a single horn on his wolf head. His face had one green and one blood-colored vein, with 9 scaled tails. He stepped through the space, his gaze making everybody shudder. Even though there were over 2,000 undyings here, they all immediately went silent, their energy suppressed by this one warrior. Even the bug camp with the Queen Nanqing instantly went silent. It's Black Tomb Emperor. Luo Feng squinted. There were several terrifying beings in the 7th battlefield, each from different camps. They all stood above the rest, and Luo Feng was clear. Even if he gave it his all, using all his trump cards, he still wouldn't be a match for any one of them. When the difference in power was too huge, nothing really mattered. If one said that the bug Queen Nanqing was one of them, then Black Tomb Emperor was another. Nanqing used her undying bug army to rule over the battlefield. Black Tomb relied on his one blood tomb blade, massacring many. He relied on brute force. In terms of reputation, Black Tomb was higher. As for battle strength, it was hard to tell who was weaker between the two of them in a small space where the undying bug army would be affected. Black Tomb could easily kill the entire army if they had sufficient space. The bug army could easily attack over and over. That would be terrifying. Black Tomb Emperor is proud in nature. He has offended countless warriors and is from the Qi Wang race. As he offended too many warriors, he fled to the outer region wars during his domain lord level. He then began a long journey of killing, growing till he was almost invincible at emperor level. The Qi Wang race had long treated him as a pillar of support, settling all his enemies from back then, even giving him huge amounts of resources to grow. Luo Feng's mind reflected on the data he read before. Impressive. Growing from domain lord to such a level, if he was better in certain aspects, he would be akin to my teacher, True Yen already, he thought. Nanqing and Black Tomb were both close to invincible emperors. The difference may not seem like much, but it got harder as one climbed higher to perfect. Certain areas was simply too hard for True Yen to reach. Invincible emperor level, it was extremely rare even in the trillions of races. The number of such undyings was even lower than the number of knights. In total, time passed and the warriors kept growing in numbers, all gathering in the many forbidden spaces and heading on to the next. They stayed for half an hour to half a day in each space before moving on. This kept on happening for 2 days, and the number of warriors in each team grew to a shocking number. Just our batch alone has over 16,000 warriors. Tian Chen was shocked beside Luo Feng, and we Haven T even reached the final gathering spot. The other groups will make the number grow even more. Luo Feng's gaze was however fixed on a warrior in the human camp. He carried 7 different blades on his back, a human warrior. He was dressed in an ancient purple armor, wielding a special black glove on his hands. His forehead had the mark of 7 blades, and he gave off an incredibly amount of energy. Even the distant demon camp Black Tomb Emperor felt it, so much so that he strengthened his bloodthirst. 7-Blade Emperor Luo Feng muttered within. 7-Blade Emperor, a human warrior. The number of warriors in the human side had already reached over 5,000 undyings, and over 90 of them were emperors. Just the emperor limits alone had reached tens of them. There were another 10 emperor pinnacles proficient in soul attacks. Naturally, the core of the group was no longer focused on Luo Feng or Tian Chen, but rather that 7-Blade Emperor. According to teacher, 7-Blade has hopes of catching up with him and Heavenly Feather. Luo Feng thought. 7-Blade was a spirit reader warrior. He rose up from the huge axe dojo and was absorbed as a core genius, and he was the #1 genius of that generation back then. Maybe in terms of talent and improvement speed, he couldn't compare to Kudi or Luo Feng. Luo Feng has the golden horned beast and Masha bodies at sector lord level, and his earth body was still at domain lord level. Hence, even though it appeared as though his improvement was incredibly fast, it wasn't as crazy as it seemed. But 7-Blade was still much higher than a genius like Bolin. After becoming undying, he was taken in as a disciple by one of the universe masters of the huge axe dojo, later on rising up even further. In just a few tens of thousands of years, he was already close to invincible emperor level, and was not far from True Yen and Heavenly Feather and some other ancient warriors. The upper echelon of humanity favored 7-Blade, and all regarded him as having high hopes of becoming a knight. With humanity's nurture and that universe master's guidance, along with some of his own special encounters, it resulted in the current 7-Blade Emperor. This is a true disciple of a universe master. It's that universe master. No idea, I heard it's from the huge axe dojo. Humanity sure is strong. We don't even have one universe master in our race. But they have enough to form 5 leviathans, everyone with a few within. The human camp discussed in hushed tones, not even mentioning 7-Blade's strength. Just the title of being a disciple of a universe master alone was enough to allow him to lead the group, because such a being definitely wouldn't fall. What a joke, if a disciple of a universe master fell here. That would be more terrifying than the falling of a sealed star. Luo Feng, if you reveal your identity, you'd stand out even more than that. Seven-Blade Babata said mentally, you are the disciple of the primal chaos. City leader, and he is the #1 person of the virtual universe company. He defends the human sacred land, Primal Chaos City, which is much stronger. And you were accepted at Sector Lord level. Stand out my ass, shut up, Luo Feng roared. So fierce. Babata didn't bother with Luo Feng anymore. Seven-Blade Luo Feng glanced. It would be very hard for Luo Feng to defeat him at Sector Lord level, but once he broke through to Undying, then defeating him would be easy. What a pity, I'm only Sector Lord level. Without getting the best choice for the third clone and producing it, I definitely cannot break through. My training time has been very short too, and my law comprehension is not high. I'm in no rush to break through. Luo Feng had pondered hard about the third body just within Hong Alliance, and the treasure trove. He had checked up on the special beasts and their furs, blood, etc. However, whatever he could buy, there were a few better than the golden horned beast. Yet they did not meet his expectations. The universe did after all have some heavenly beasts, some with only one in the entire universe, like the beast god. Naturally, Luo Feng only required a Sector Lord version of one of these beasts. The human camp had a total of over 16,000 Undyings, and all of them were from different parts of the universe, with different appearances. Some were flesh and blood life forms, some energy, some metal, some plants. The plant life forms were a huge species, even though plants like the cloud contact vine and star-eating plant had weak consciousness. There were some with intellect comparable to humans, some that looked similar to humans, only with different constructs within. Rumble. The mountain rumbled and revealed a huge, incredibly deep hole, stars revolving within. Exit. It's the exit. The four camps immediately moved, according to their distance from the exit. Over 16,000 Undyings from all races entered the huge hole. The human camp was the third group to enter. After they flew in, they felt the time and space shift as they landed on a huge stone peak. A vast space, there floated many stone peaks, close to each other they were like countless pebbles floating about, forming a huge pathway. Luo Feng already had this experience, knowing that this was the void pathway. Following this would lead to the next forbidden space. Damn! Luo Feng landed on a stone and gazed into the distant space, taking a deep breath. So many warriors, this is simply a pathway to the next space. The number of warriors here should be much lower, yet over here there are over 100,000 Undyings. A blur of stones floated in the vast space. Every one of them had a huge number of Undyings gathered on top. The numbers was simply absurd at this point alone. It had exceeded 100,000. The Hong Alliance of the humans only has 100,000 emperors. Tianqian stood beside him and smiled. And the quality of that 100,000 emperors isn't that high either. Luo Feng said. Of course it isn't. Tianqian exclaimed. This entire process, gathering more warriors from each space, especially the weak ones, after seeing the stronger warriors, would naturally back off. They all fear losing their lives. Along the way, they would definitely leave. The way to give up on this sealed star was simple. When the large groups entered the pathways, simply not follow them through and wait for the next one to leave alone. That would allow them to leave the groups. Also, many absolute warriors full of confidence around the 7th battlefield may also head over here after hearing the imminent fall of a sealed star. The super warriors of Star Tower are the same. teleporting via god countries. Over, heading close to the spot Tianchen exclaimed, hence of the over 100,000 undyings here. There are many absolute warriors. Look, the automaton. Life Fall Emperor, our race S7 Blade, and that De Long Emperor who isn't renowned here, now that everybody is gathered here, and there are so many in this pathway. This will probably be where the sealed star will fall. Luo Feng nodded. The place where they could normally see the sealed stars was within these pathways, hence the chances of it falling here was very high. Sealed star. Look, sealed star. It's appeared. The sealed star has appeared. The bustling over 100,000 undyings, all focused their attention below immediately. Tianchen and Luo Feng followed. In the vast space below, a whirlpool of energy appeared, and in its depths, a star was revolving and floating up. A rumble occurred from the huge whirlpool. Within the whirlpool, the sealed star was revolving and floating up slower and slower, almost like it was being stopped by something. So many sealed stars. There's got to be thousands of them. Wow. Shocked voices. Around the huge whirlpool, revolving sealed stars were floating about, every one of them with diameters of 9,000 kilometers to 90,000 kilometers. With one glance, there were thousands of them, all moving gradually within. They were all revolving. About the center of the whirlpool, the one sealed star that had floated out was the most glaring of the group. This scene immediately made the over 100,000 undyings there go crazy. Many of them already cannot wait. Luo Feng glanced. Yang Tianchen called out to him beside, do you want the sealed star? Don't tell me you don't want it. Luo Feng glanced at him beside and smiled. Who would come risk their life if they didn't want it? However, our chances of getting it are very low. There are over 100,000 undyings here, of which there's Nan Chen, Black Tomb, De Long, etc., a total of 9 terrifying beings. They are strong, but there are over 100,000 undyings here. Their individual strengths have been diminished. Who would dare go against a group? Even the knights, if hit by a combined attack of over 100,000 emperors, would die from the attack. Tianchen said, I've already contacted the emperor limits, forming an alliance with about 1,000 allies around. We'll attack together and get the treasure. Over 1,000 allies forming an alliance. Luo Feng was shocked. Tianchen said, I've already sent a request via the virtual universe system to have a meeting, allowing all those with access to enter this temporary meeting room, whether it was in the outer region wars or secret regions. Undyings could frequently set them up under dire circumstances. The moment the request was approved, undyings invited could immediately enter, and they could make quick decisions. Naturally, the cost wasn't small. However, it wasn't much to an emperor. I've sent mass mail out to remind them. We have to hurry and make a move to have a chance, Tianchen said. Attention, I am Tianchen Emperor, and I've sent out mail to you all. After reading it, please immediately head to the meeting room. Tianchen communicated, making over 1,000 undying allies in the human camp exchange glances, all sending their consciousness into the virtual universe to check their mails. Virtual universe, within a special space, there were many islands therewith. Several others floating in the sky. Every island had a magnificent meeting room. Anyone who requested to use these rooms could use them at any time. Within the room, there was a huge round table. There were stone-carved thrones. About a total of 1,000 of them. Show. Silhouettes appeared around on the thrones, as the number of warriors grew. Luo Feng and Tianchen appeared on thrones too within 10 seconds, the 1,000. Thrones were filled, almost all of them emperors. Attention all. Tianchen spoke, according to the rules from before about the sealed star. Falling, from the time it appears to the time it falls, it has to slowly break. Through the barriers about it to finally fall, this would take quite some time. We still have time to plan now. However, the fight for the sealed star has attracted many warriors about, even Black Tomb and DeLong and others have appeared. If we don't team up, we have no hope at all. Right, we all came here not to watch them get the treasure and undying with powerful energy, covered in heavy armor said. There are a huge number of warriors. The moment the star falls, it'll be in all-out war. 18 that is too big, will be hard to control. 1,000 undyings is just nice. Tianchen continued, we may not be a match for Black Tomb if we are alone, but with 1,000 of us, with almost all at Emperor level, we won't have to worry too much. Also, there are 11 Emperor limits, and 8 Pinnacle Emperors proficient in soul attacks. Luo Feng was shocked. The percentage was really high among normal emperors. It was hard for even 1 out of 100 to hit Emperor limit level. The main thing was that many of the weaker warriors had left early, leaving only the strong, hence, the percentage was so high. There are over 1,000 emperors. With our forces combined, even DeLong or Black Tomb wouldn't dare pick a fight with us alone. Tianchen said, with 1,000 of us we have a chance. Tianchen, who will the sealed star go to? A distant other race undying immediately shouted. Very simple, when it first begins, we will combine forces. He smiled, as to who gets the sealed star, that'll depend on luck. Whoever gets it, our alliance will automatically disband. Then at least we are all allies in the army system, and we cannot kill each other. As for the one that gets the sealed star, he'll have to depend on his own fleeing ability, to expect others to help him after getting the treasure. Even if I say it, I doubt anybody will do it. Haha. Cackle. All sorts of laughter came from the group of undyings. They resounded throughout the meeting room. As to the plan, there's no need. When I send out the message, we will all help each other out later. I believe no emperor is that stupid. Tianchen said, when we combine forces later, we only have one goal. When the sealed star falls, we will all get as close as possible. Whoever gets it will be up to luck and skill. Does everybody agree with my suggestion? He looked around. If there are any objection, please speak up. The entire room was silent. No one said anything. To be able to reach Emperor level, they would all naturally be clear about the plan. Such an alliance had to be naturally formed against beings like DeLong and Nanqing. After all, with over 100,000 emperors here, no one was here to play around. Everybody had ambition. Very good. Tianchen smiled. Our alliance is formed. A distant human warrior smiled too. It was a Pinnacle Emperor, Songqi Emperor. Normally, such alliances had humans as the core. We'll work together. As to who gets the sealed star and whether he can keep it'll depend on his own skill. Good. Hell. Battle. All sorts of noises were heard. Even other race languages could be heard. It was obvious the group was excited and filled with anticipation. Actually, there was hope to flee with the sealed star. Like, if Luo Feng or some others got it, he could immediately flee into their group of allies. While they may not be too happy about it, they wouldn't dare betray him and The other enemies would have no way to do combined attacks either. If they did, it would hit the other human warriors, and they would naturally block it. Together. In such a mess, having allies as shields definitely gave one the hope of surviving. Of course, the chances of falling was much higher. However, for the sealed star, the Undyings here were all willing to take the gamble. Luo Feng stood in mid-air and looked around, clearly seeing the many Undyings floating above the peaks, naturally forming their own groups and moving. It was obvious that they were secretly forming their alliances. Many of the warriors here didn't have the strength to match up to De Long or Black Tomb or Seven Blade. However, no one was willing to simply let them get away with it. Even Luo Feng. Even though he was on alert about everything within Star Tower, he too wanted to try and get the sealed star. Yang, can you? Emperor Tianqian said, we 9 are all humans, we'll definitely be more united. Luo Feng nodded. But of course a distant short white-haired man with a white beard said, Tianqian, Luo Feng and Qin Yu were the strongest of the 9 humans. What followed them were the pinnacle emperors and high emperors. The 9 humans didn't have any low emperors or officials. It's a pity that Seven Blade won't help us, Song Qi communicated. If he joins us we would become cannon fodder. Tianqian roared, do you know how strong he is? And with his high position, Haven Tu realized that there are many warriors that he has already bought over beside him. He is the disciple of a universe master. His wealth must be insane, buying these warriors over. These warriors know their chances of getting the sealed star are very low, but, to get some benefit and make allies with Seven Blade, there are many would be willing. If it was me, I'd be willing too, Song Qi muttered. You punk. Tianqian couldn't even force a smile. Stop messing about, look below, Can you? Shouted. Luo Feng and the group of 9 humans all looked down. That sealed star within the whirlpool was floating upwards. However, it fought hard against a formless pressure as it floated. Luo Feng could visibly see ripples, countless ripples, holding the star back. Whether it was that sealed star that was about to fall or the other thousands revolving about, they were all held back by the same ripples. That's the energy of Star Tower, it holds back the countless sealed stars. We cannot get close, Tianqian said softly. If we forcefully pierce through that barrier, we will definitely fall. No warrior here has the guts to do that, and they are all waiting for the sealed star to fall itself. Everybody is being careful when the star breaks through later, even though the barrier will be broken and there'll be no energy holding back the thousands of stars. We'll be able to actually fly to the countless stars. However, don't ever do that, unless a star falls on its own. Even a universe master is unable to forcefully take it away. The result of such greed is only one death. Minutes and seconds passed as the sealed star rushing upwards got stronger and stronger. Wing wing wing. That formless pressure around created a ripple that was visible to all. Almost like a soap bubble above a sewing needle. No matter how solid and sturdy the bubble was, as long as the needle reached the bubble, it would pop. Time passed and the blur of warriors all looked down, all patiently waiting. Rumble and explosion shook the space about. Xiao. The sealed star that was rushing upwards immediately shot up, becoming a glaring light and rushing into the sky. The sealed star had emerged. Over 100,000 Undyings from all over the universe gathered here when the sealed star rushed up. It was like a stone breaking the surface of water. The Silence was instantly broken. The vast group of Undyings all began to move. All sorts of long-distance attacks instantly erupted. Rumble. The originally calm space around was like a piece of paper, as it tore apart. And countless fragments were thrown all around. Countless fragments caused the flight for many Undyings to get a lot harder. Spacelock. Spacelock. The instant the sealed star erupted, a large amount of Pinnacle Emperors unleashed Spacelock, as they didn't want to allow the other warriors to teleport to the sealed star and take it away. Quick, rush forward. Go. The space has been locked, teleportation is useless, let us combine forces. Hurry, Tianchen hurriedly communicated. Luo Feng, who had wanted to let Heavy Arrow teleport him over, saw that space had crumbled into countless fragments, and its regeneration speed couldn't keep up with the rate of destruction with large amounts of warriors. Unleashing Spacelock, he could only order, Heavy Arrow, give up on teleporting, let us fly over. Yes, Master. Remember, keep your God energy around me at all times, stop any warriors from using soul attacks on me. Luo Feng ordered mentally. His greatest weakness was his soul defense, even though he had beast God Hell with 32 times soul amplification combined with Emperor-level law comprehension, and a terrifying willpower. Also, the golden horned beast naturally had a strong consciousness. Many things combined. It made his soul defense akin to a high official. After the silver armor and the Shawu wings diffused most of the attacks, even a high emperor proficient in soul attacks would find it hard to kill him, but he could still be affected by the soul attack, and a Pinnacle Emperor proficient in soul attacks was able to be a huge threat to him, of course. That's only if he didn't burn his undying body. If he did, even a low emperor would be able to kill Luo Feng's earth body. Luckily, there were very few proficient in soul attacks. Luo Feng had suffered before, but there were over 100,000 warriors here. There were plenty of such warriors. Even though his earth body was only one of the bodies which is able to be reborn after destruction, but to have his soul destroyed here under such circumstances would be disastrous. Yes, Master. Heavy Arrow followed him. They rushed towards the sealed star. The other 1,000 Undyings about did the same. Block. Block, Tianchen shouted hurriedly. Luo Feng and the group all released undying energy attacks together to form a combined barrier and shield to block the terrifying attacks. Rumble, 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 rumble. An all-out war. Over 100,000 Undyings from the 4 camps were made up of over 95 emperors. They had already secretly formed their own alliances, before, be it an alliance of 500, 1,000 or 2,000, the combined attacks may not be as precise as a bug army attack, but its power was terrifying. There was only one way to block such attacks. Similarly, using hundreds to thousands of warriors together to defend. Madness. Luo Feng held his breath. Even with his powerful defense, he didn't dare go up against such combined attacks. Block. Be careful. Rush, go, go. Tianchen and the other emperor limits or pinnacles proficient in soul attacks all shouted anxiously. Not good. Luo Feng was naturally safe within the group. Looking in the distance where the sealed star was, there were already large amounts of warriors getting close. The attacks and explosions there were the most terrifying. This made Luo Feng's expression change. When we were together earlier, with tens of thousands from the human camp together, even though we Split into our little groups, we wouldn't attack each other, the distant attacks would only occasionally hit us, we only needed to defend once or twice in all, it wasn't too dangerous. However, getting close to the sealed star, it's a complete mess. Luo Feng had the feeling that his group may have the first casualty. Rush. They were only a group of 1,000 undyings, rushing forward as a group towards the sealed star simultaneously. The other tens of groups were doing the same. The teams lagging behind all gritted their teeth and attacked over and over at those rushing at the sealed star. Rumble, the area near the star constantly had explosions, the space around had been completely destroyed, leaving nothing but stream particles. Even though the teams were getting close, no one dared to rush in, because the combined attacks from the teams that landed on the sealed star itself were all already capable of killing knights. The sealed star was truly a treasure. Even knights would go crazy for such attacks. Didn't even scratch it. As the teams got closer, there were less teams behind and the attacks got weaker. And as the number of teams getting close to the sealed star grew, they could easily work together to defend the attacks from behind. It may seem slow. In truth, in the 12th second after the sealed star erupted, the star was finally not attacked, because the earlier attacks had knocked it so much it flew downwards. Grab the treasure. Grab it. The many undyings all madly rushed at the sealed stuff in an instant. Over 10,000 undyings rushed towards the surface of the star. This was a star that was the size of a planet. Even with over 100,000 undyings landing on it, there would still be plenty of room. The undyings used their greatest speed to send their undying energy into the sealed star, wanting to leave their soul imprint. To control a treasure, one had to completely leave a spirit imprint, and this had to be done within the shortest amount of time. However, with over 10,000 undyings, the difference between the fastest and slowest was probably less than 0.1 seconds. In such a short time, with so many imprints, naturally, they all failed. Leaving an imprint required one to be alone and not disturbed. The treasure could after all only have one master. Luo Feng and his team were the second group to land on the sealed star. There were already over 30,000 undyings then. How will this work? Luo Feng rubbed the star, failing as he shook his head. More and more undyings were gathering on the star. 40,000, 50,000, 60,000. Rumble. A terrifying combined attack instantly descended from afar. The thousands of undyings on the star surface immediately unleashed their defenses, easily blocking the attack. However, the force of the attack knocked the star downwards even faster. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The many attacks from afar were easily blocked by the undyings on the star. It's them. Luo Feng glanced. There were about 30,000 undyings floating in mid-air in their groups. Among this group, De Long, Black Tomb and 7 Blade, the 9 terrifying beings, all led their own teams. They didn't rush over at all. The strong and the weak have different methods. Luo Feng thought. Tian Chen and the others are weaker. They can only rush to get to the star first, and the absolute beings like De Long, even if a lucky undying got the star, they have a guarantee of killing him and taking the treasure from him. Flee. Quickly flee. A piercing order resounded. Many undyings around quickly spread the word as they madly fled from the star. Rumble. The sealed star was already moving extremely fast downwards. Even though the formless pressure below was broken, it was still the energy of star. Tower the ripples formed after grew even more violent, some fleeing from it. Were hit by attacks from other undyings even if they didn't die, they were knocked backwards into the mad star tower energy. Chi. Whether it was a low emperor or pinnacle emperor or even an emperor limit, the moment they were hit downwards and unable to dodge, flying into the energy ripples, they would instantly be reduced to ashes. Some warriors' weapons were instantly destroyed, while some world rings broke as well. The better rings may not break. What terrifying power! Luo Feng was shocked. That formless barrier was stable before, forcing back the countless sealed stars and the terrifying force behind it. Now that it was broken, the formless barrier itself became a mad source of energy. Combined with the other similar energies around, it produced the mysterious energy of star tower, easily destroying the emperors. Whoever touched it would die without doubt. Treasure. Dishi Emperor's world ring. It's mine. The danger from below, where the thousands of sealed stars were located, terrified all the warriors above. However, those unlucky ones that died left behind huge amounts of treasure that floated about, making many rush to get them because the powerful energies pushed the items left behind up. It was easy to take the treasures. Amidst the mess, the 9 absolute warriors led their teams, seemingly in no rush. You think the sealed star would be so easy to get? The automaton warrior Lifefall Emperor gazed coldly from afar. He was dressed in gold armor with black skin. They are too anxious. The tens of thousands of exits haven t even appeared. Even if they get the star, they won't be able to flee. They'll only become a target. He had forgotten. The other undyings weren't as powerful as he was. If they didn't make their move early and stood in the distance, waiting till the final moment, they would have no chance at all. Getting the sealed star is the second goal. Seven Blade is the first. He shot a look at the distant Seven Blade Emperor. The automaton race had detailed information about the Seven Blade Emperor. He was their number 3 target on their list to assassinate amongst the human geniuses. Ranked number 1 was the genius sector lord Luo Feng, who was comparable to Ku Di, and was accepted as a disciple of the terrifying primal chaos city leader. According to their information, Luo Feng should be in the outer region wars, with many undyings dying by his hand, after which he disappeared. He should be hiding from the danger. Ranked number 2 was Dream Fire Emperor. Ranked 3rd was Seven Blade Emperor. Humanity was one of the 4 pinnacle races. Anyone able to be ranked as the 3rd genius on their assassination list must have extraordinary talent, mental strength and encounters. Like Seven Blade Emperor, the automaton race had already confirmed that he had the treasure 7 blades, and others like Space Grasp, etc. He should have also gotten some special inheritance from the Universe Master before. The inheritance he got may very likely be from the universe top power, the ancestor gods, and it's the ultimate inheritance. Fall Emperor said, if he keeps growing, he will definitely become a terrifying being in humanity. We must kill him. Make him fall, even if his teacher reverses time and space to revive him. The cost of reviving such a warrior that's close to invincible emperor and with such a terrifying inheritance will definitely be akin to reviving a knight. And his treasure, 7 blades, along with the space grasp and other things will come to us. Lifefall looked at the distant team that 7 Blade Emperor led. 7 Blade Emperor carried his 7 blades on his back and floated in space. gazing at the distant sealed star, not rushing at all. "Get ready," Life Fall ordered secretly. The automaton race were extremely strict and orderly, akin to the most organized race in the entire universe, with the characteristics of living AIs. They were incredibly synchronized. The highest authority here was Life Fall. Emperor, the others would follow his orders all the way. As for the other races under the automaton camp, they too had acquired the virtual world system. From them, the rewards given within made them submit to target the Seven-Blade Emperor. Sixth formation. Activate the separating tower. Attack. When the Bug Queen Nan Chen, De Long, Seven-Blade, and Life Fall Emperors were watching the fight, the sealed star was knocked so far low it landed in the danger region. The moment it hit that part, many emperors instantly fell, causing fear amongst the rest. Items. World Rings. Grab them. The tens of fallen undyings had left behind many items that the rest fought to get their hands on. Haha, the bottom area is dangerous. It's filled with the mad energy of Star Tower itself. The moment one touches it, he will fall. It's usually very hard for us to kill the other emperors, however, now as long as we knock them into that area, they will die without a doubt. Kill the large portion of undyings that had just fled from the dangerous region. Immediately began to fight it out. While they may have stayed in their groups when they rushed towards the sealed star, now, everything was in a complete mess. Everybody fought for survival. As they distanced themselves from the sealed star, the camps began to fight each other. The teams were all gone, only the camps in general were left. Rumble. Rumble. Spirit weapons, soul attacks, energy attacks, automaton weapon attacks. Amidst the fragmented space, some unlucky warriors were pushed into the dangerous regions and instantly destroyed. Grab them all. Haha, I've been waiting for this moment. The sealed star isn't something I can get, but using the dangerous region, I can actually kill many other camp emperors. I may easily get tens of billions to hundreds of billions. A6 armed human giant killed excitedly. Whether it was the humans, automatons, demons, or bugs, or the other countless races, they were all killing and grabbing whatever they could. It's madness. The sealed star can only have one owner, hence, many will die. Because of it. Luo Feng looked around at the dangerous region below, but that region can easily wipe out these emperors with undying bodies. This is a rare chance. Those emperor limits have gone all out. Suddenly, Ong! A jade-green light rippled throughout, instantly covering the vast space, stunning the over 100,000 emperors. Luo Feng and Heavy Arrow were both stunned too, and they looked over in the distance. Life Fall led his automaton team with over 100 automaton warriors. They all wielded a 3m tall tower-like weapon, and Life Fall Emperor had one that was close to 20m tall. There were close to 900 other emperors that simultaneously burnt their undying bodies, every 8 or 9 of them supporting each automaton warrior, creating terrifying energies to pour into the towers. The over 100 towers all gave off a terrifying pulse network that gathered in Life Fall Emperor's huge tower. After which, one ripple of jade-green light pulsed through the area and shot straight at Seven-Blade's team. Separation Tower. Seven-Blade's usual calm expression suddenly changed greatly, and his eyes were filled with shock. The automatons are going all out for me. Burn act according to the plan I said earlier, he shouted madly. As one of the 9 superpowers here, Seven Blade had already set up a plan for offense and defense earlier. None of the emperors under him hesitated. The automaton side was aiming straight at Seven Blade. If they didn't act, he would die without a doubt. However, the ripples from the attack alone was enough to kill them all. Hence, the human camp warriors all simultaneously burnt their undying bodies. The peculiar thing was, they dispersed the energy from their burnt undying bodies into mid-air. Hal Seven Blade opened his large mouth. A gold river shot right out. This gold river had many ancient beast statues along its side, of which there was the beast god statue too. In the center of it, there was a barren spot. As it shot out, it instantly swallowed all the dispersed energy from the human camp. Rumble, the energies rushed in. The ancient river swallowed all the energy and erupted, instantly spreading a formless gold net that completely covered the over 1,000 warriors of the human camp. Rumble, the jade green beam shot out from the separation tower, hit the gold net. Ancient beast images appeared throughout the gold net. It's really the ancestor god's life fall. Gritted his teeth at the scene. My guess was right. This was the first time Seven Blade revealed the ancient gold river. Luo Feng was stunned. The separation tower was a super weapon from the automaton race, and its price was comparable to true treasures. However, he didn't expect Seven Blade to take out the ancient gold river, just its energy. And the beast's projections about made all the warriors there know that this was a terrifying treasure. One had to know that the automaton life fall had long prepared his plan and unleashed his strongest attack. And even though Seven Blade reacted on the spot, and the amount of undying energy the human camp burnt was far from the automaton side, the net formed from the gold river was still sufficiently strong enough to defuse the attack. From the separation tower, it was obvious the gold river's defense far exceeded the tower. Strong. Terrifying. The many undyings were all shocked, losing all confidence in getting the sealed star. Kill. Kill. The four camps were in an all-out war. Close to 100,000 warriors were fighting and madly killing, and any warrior caught close to the danger region because of the fights instantly fell. Wung 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 wung. Space fell apart around them. Many exits appeared everywhere, and thousands of them were visible. The tens of thousands of exits. The exits have appeared. Anyone who has seen the history of the sealed star falling would know that once the killing got too extreme within the area, many exits would appear, and each exit led to individual forbidden spaces. One could swiftly head to any of them and leave the area. As long as one left, they could escape. Flee. Let us hurry and go. The weaker warriors were completely shocked by the madness, heading to the closest exits and leaving. Kill. Kill them all. There won't be another chance if they escape. The Emperor limits and pinnacle emperors, however, were going all out. They wanted to make use of the dangerous region to kill as many as they could to take all their treasures and remains to them. There would never be such an easy chance to kill so many emperors. Even though Luo Feng had come here, he wasn't as crazy about the sealed star as the others. Even towards killing the other emperors, he wasn't that interested. If there was any interest at all, it only towards the entire star tower itself. That calling that exceeded the king armor, even the black metal board. Yet I cannot become its master. The moment I came, so much happened, and a sealed star even fell. Luo Feng thought he didn't think of this as a coincidence at all, about the strong calling that brought him here and the fact that the star chose to fall only. When he came, was there such coincidence in the universe? Maybe so, but the chances were extremely low. Luo Feng believed that there was something special here, because of the calling of the star tower. The sealed star naturally didn't interest him too much. Hence, he simply followed along and mixed in with the teams, and when they rushed, he did so too until he got to the sealed star. He didn't run around randomly, and simply stayed close to Tian Shen and Song Qi Emperor along with the other strong warriors. Later on, when the star entered the dangerous regions, he fled along with the large group. In all, he was just tagging along and mixed in with the army, quietly observing everything and seeing if there was any difference between this star's falling with those in the past. But in overall till now, there hadn't been anything special. If my guess is right, during the process of the star falling, there should be something special. Luo Feng had been waiting for that moment. Luo Feng mixed in with the huge camps and teamed up with Tian Shen, Song Qi, and Chu Wu Emperor. Even though he didn't purposely kill the other Undyings, Chu Wu was an emperor limit and Tian Shen was a pinnacle emperor proficient in soul attacks. The two would do a lot of combined attacks. That plus the complete mess the place was in, several items that were thrown around by emperors killed would occasionally fly to Luo Feng's little team's side. In just a few minutes, even I've gotten over 10 billion mixed elements worth of wealth. Luo Feng was stunned. It's no wonder all the emperors have gone crazy. There was both death and wealth about. Madness. Within the vast space, there were thousands of exits. However, amidst the ripples of fights, the space around would crumble, but new exits kept appearing. Be careful everybody, Tianchen shouted anxiously. I've gotten hit by a soul attack. What? Tianchen, you got hit by a soul attack? Chu Wu, Song Qi and Luo Feng were all shocked. The demon camp has about 10 warriors heading over, amongst which there's Qi Meng Emperor, who is another pinnacle emperor proficient in soul attacks. I've fought with him several times before. I don't have a guarantee on dealing with him. Tianchen said. They are already here. The others had already seen in the distance. 12 demon camp warriors were rushing over to them. Tianchen, the leader, was extremely ugly. He had 4 animal-like limbs. He roared out loudly. Chu Wu, a 10 kilometers long double-headed dragon, roared too. Blade River. The elite demon team had obviously caught on to Luo Feng's little team. On Luo Feng's side, they had Chu Wu and Heavy Arrow, who were both emperor limits. Blade River's name had long spread far and wide, and they all treated him as another emperor limit. Tianchen too could be treated the same. Only Song Qi was as well renowned in all. Luo Feng's team could be said to have 4 emperor limits. This was also the reason why they could stay safe before and get treasures from around them. And for the demon team to rush over, it meant they had confidence. The 12 warriors had 6 emperor limits, and that Qi Meng Emperor had fought with Tianchen in Star Tower before, but they couldn't finish each other off. Even though he couldn't kill Tianchen, stopping him wasn't a problem. Let us retreat, Chu Wu ordered. Hell. The dual-head dragon from the demon side howled, unleashing a time control on the area Luo Feng's team was in. Time stop. Break. Their team all howled within, unleashing their strength to return the time flow back to normal. Haha, Tianchen, you will die this time. Qi Ming smiled widely, his laughter piercing. Kill them. What a rare chance. The demon elite team were all incredibly excited. The amount of wealth they could get from killing this team was crazy. Especially that Blade River Emperor that had gotten the sacrificial tower treasure before, who was able to make the comatose heavy arrow recover in such a short time. His wealth was well known throughout. Amidst the 100,000 Undyings war, Luo Feng's team fight wasn't very glaring. Their side had 5 warriors, and 4 of them were considered emperor limits. The demon side had 12 warriors, and 6 of them were emperor limits. However, with the 6 combined together, it gave them the strength of 1 more extra emperor limit. Luo Feng's side was disadvantaged. The battle immediately sunk into madness. I can only stop Qi Ming, Tianchen said urgently. I can only temporarily stop 2 emperor limits, combined. Chu Wu was anxious. 2 Blade River, can you withstand them? Leave it to me. Luo Feng gritted his teeth. There was no way. Even though he had the strongest flame god crystal, the explosion wound differentiate allies from foes. What's more, the enemy side had 6 emperor limits, and their combined defense could completely withstand the blast. If he detonated all 3 crystals he had on him, there was still some hope then. However, that would probably mean his side would be gone too. First kill those emperor pinnacles. Luo Feng ordered heavy arrow. Hua Luo Feng flapped his wings and brought heavy arrow along fast like lightning, making the demon camp have no way to catch up with him. We can't catch him. This Blade River is too fast. Deal with Tianchen and Chu Wu first, we'll combine strengths later to settle Blade River. The demon camp swiftly made the decision to give up on chasing Luo Feng. However, even if they did so, Luo Feng wouldn't let them go. Luo Feng brought heavy arrow and rushed towards the emperor pinnacles. Pu Chi heavy arrow wielded the 2 arc blades and slashed them. 1 pinnacle fell. Death. Death. Luo Feng himself fought against the other pinnacle using the Shawu wings to tear through his defense. Before using the poisoned shadow blade, he slashed through 50 of his undying body, decreasing his strength before using another slash to almost kill him. In the blink of an eye, heavy arrow had dealt with 3 emperor pinnacles and Luo Feng had settled 1. When the 4 pinnacles of the demon camp fell, the human side Song Qi Emperor howled. He was knocked into the danger region and instantly reduced to nothing. Qi had fallen. Rumble. Chu Wu was simultaneously attacked by 3 emperor limits, narrowly avoiding the danger region and escaping. He was shivering within as he said, Yang Tianchen, let us faster flee. I can't hold on any longer. I can't flee. Tianchen was anxious too. He was facing off against Qi Ming and another emperor limit and was in extreme danger. Luo Feng was panicking too. In an instant, his side had fallen into such a predicament, and even Song Qi had fallen. Heavy arrow, go help Chu Wu. Your defense is strong, you should be able to take the 2 to their emperor limits. That emperor limit that killed Song Qi was flying towards Chu Wu. Chu Wu would then be attacked by 4 emperor limits at the same time. Yes, master. I'll go help Tianchen. Luo Feng flapped his wings and flew towards him. According to his plan, Heavy Arrow was able to block 2 to 3 of the enemies with him. Teamed up with Chu Wu. Even with the 4 emperor limits attacking them, they could withstand it. Tianchen, however, was in danger. His strength was close to Qi Meng, and at this time another emperor limit was helping Qi Meng. The only reason Tian Chen could hold on was because he had already burnt his undying energy to fight back Qi Meng, and his partner had done the same, and the battle was intense. Qi. A blurry huge hammer silhouette smashed hard into Tian Chen, causing him to spit out blood. Falling fast, below him was the danger region. Tian Chen Luo Feng flapped his wings and formed an arc line, rushing to stop him. Rumble. With the burnt undying energy, one could only imagine how strong that attack was. Luo Feng held on and slowed him down, but he too was dragged down. Yang Tianchen looked urgently at Luo Feng. Wang. A formless soul illusion attack was sent from Qi Meng above, hitting Luo Feng. While he was hit, Luo Feng lost control of his body and flew downwards. This made the distant, heavy arrow change his expression to fear as he shouted, "Master!" Yang Tianchen had pained look too as he rushed downwards at him. Tianchen seemed like he was in pain, but his eyes gleamed with a cold excitement. "Ha ha ha, I'm truly going to get a heavenly gift this time." Back then I managed to control Qi Meng's soul, allowing him to return to stay in the demon camp. That was indeed a wise move. He was extremely excited. Tian Chen was a master at soul control. He had led a hard life and faced a lot of adversity. It made him have a special view of the world. He passionately made friends with a large group of people. Anyone who interacted with him would all think he was not a bad person. Within, however, he was completely something else. He had indeed fought with Qi Meng several times before that third time they met. He used his soul techniques to control the enemy, and Qi Meng became his soul slave. There was no way to see it on the surface, plus the demon camp's army system communication was that weak. They didn't have the human or automaton's army scanning system. The way they accumulated contribution points required them to record everything and pass it on, and they could only send messages. This allowed him to control Qi Meng Emperor, and because of the poor communication system, no one could discover the changes within him. Hence, Qi Meng continued to stay within the demon camp, occasionally going out for missions with his partners. Later on, they would accidentally meet and work together. He had done this 3 times before. Once, they managed to work together to control another emperor, Limit Mist Emperor. This time, with the falling of the sealed star, they immediately realized the chance. When he met Luo Feng, he was immediately happy. "Haha, young blade River, this is a big fish. I heard that he got the treasure of the sacrificial tower, and he could even make heavy arrow recover that quickly. His wealth must be much more than the normal emperor limits." Hence, he had ordered Qi Meng and Mist to immediately bring along some demon friends to attack them together. The 2 of them were both controlled by him. And when Qi Meng had teamed up with another emperor limit before to attack, Tianchen and Qi Meng had both burnt their undying bodies to pretend. In truth, they teamed up to attack the other emperor limit together. 2 masters at soul attacks burning undying bodies. Their first goal was to control that emperor limit. If that didn't work, they would kill him. However, the result was a success. The heavens are helping me. How hard is it to control an emperor limit even if I burnt my undying body? And even though both Qi Meng and I are proficient in soul attacks, even with all these the chances are all very low, and I actually succeeded. Ha ha ha. Tian Chen was incredibly excited. Hence, The fight this time, Tianchen had already 3 emperor limits helping him. No one on either side knew about this at all. You are all my targets. Your treasure and wealth is all mine, he crazed madly within. To become an absolute warrior of the universe. One either had special encounters or powerful teachers. Without any or both, one had to create their own chances. Tianchen had happened to control Qi Meng and let him return normally back to the demon camp with the demon camp's poor system. It allowed this to go on for a while and gave him the chance to rise up. He pretended to be knocked far back simply to lure Luo Feng to save him. Luo Feng naturally rushed in but was hit by Qi Meng's attack, falling quickly. Yang Tianchen rushed down with a pained look. Within, however, he thought, "Your wealth is mine, it's mine, no one else will get it." He watched as Luo Feng fell towards the danger region, fearing that his wealth would get stolen by other warriors, hence he was the first to rush in after him. Yang Tianchen rushed downwards. "Master," the distant heavy arrow couldn't care about Chu Wu, and immediately rushed over. Chu Wu didn't dare fight against the 4 emperor limits, quickly retreating with heavy arrow and flying towards Luo Feng. However, no matter how fast they flew, how could they catch up? They looked on. Luo Feng was about to fall into the danger region. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed as he awoke back then when he took part in the genius battles. His mental state had already reached the first level S limit, long reaching the level of knowing oneself. However, he had yet to reach the second level, pushing the limit as he grew. Primal Chaos City, Outer Region Wars, the thousands of years of training, yet he stayed at this limit, madly refining it. It made his beliefs incredibly sturdy. His willpower grew more and more terrifying. The ancestors of China probably didn't have thousands of years to refine their mental states. His heart and mind had long been refined into a diamond, and was able to see through anything without a single speck of dust. It was sharp and piercing. This was his mental state. Even when hit by a soul attack, he may be in slight trouble, he may have to let the golden horned beast appear. But illusion. Luo Feng could use his willpower to break through. Tianchen. Luo Feng looked at him, his eyes filled with madness. "It's you." The moment Luo Feng awoke, he knew Tianchen had planned this. Firstly, Tianchen was a master at soul attacks. He knew Luo Feng would come save him. How could he allow the enemy Qi Meng's attack to hit Luo Feng? Would he commit such a grave error? Secondly, when Luo Feng held on to Tianchen, in theory, Tianchen should have been strongly fighting against the force of the attack. However, he not only didn't fight back, but when Luo Feng held on to him, he even pushed Luo Feng a little more. When Luo Feng felt the force of the attack, he was hit by the illusion. Force, illusion, perfect combination. Everything was prepared perfectly for Luo Feng. He was supposed to die from this. Not good. Tianchen noticed Luo Feng awoke and was shocked. He had guessed that Luo Feng knew the secret. However, his eyes flashed coldly. "It's too late. The distance to the danger region is too close, and the force of him falling is too strong. There's no way to stop now. It's too late." Luo Feng noticed this too. The force of his fall was too strong, and even with the Shawu wings, he had no way to dodge the vast danger region. He flipped his hand and produced a strongest flame god crystal, ready to detonate. "I am not able to escape. I'll use the crystal to escape and use its force to Push me up. Luo Feng's reaction was simple and deadly. During the explosion, the close distance will also kill that evil Tianchen. Not good. Tianchen's expression changed. He's trying to kill us all. Together. However, just as Luo Feng took out the flame god crystal, a majestic, irresistible mysterious energy instantly covered Luo Feng, a voice resounding within his ears, mind and consciousness. Child, come here. Hua. With over 100,000 undyings madly fighting it out above, even De Long, life. Fall and Seven Blade, with thousands of exits crumbling and new ones appearing. One suddenly appeared before Luo Feng, making him unable to even dodge. In truth, that mysterious energy had actually guided him into it. Xiao. Luo Feng wielded the flame god crystal and rushed through the exit, leaving the space. Tianchen, who was regretting and in fear after seeing Luo Feng take out the strongest flame god crystal, was relieved to discover him fall into an exit, leaving the space altogether. I survived, he gushed. My luck is not bad. I managed to work with Qi Mang before to control an Emperor limit. I thought that was lucky enough, and now even as Yang took out the strongest flame god crystal at the last moment, right before my death, who would have expected an exit to appear right there and suck him in, allowing me to live on? Luck. Tianchen was celebrating within, after which he thought, is this where my era begins? Even though his plan against Luo Feng failed, allowing Luo Feng to know his true colors, he wasn't too worried or regretful after all. Compared to keeping his life, what was having one more enemy to him? I have 2 Emperor limit slaves, and Qi Mang, who is close to my level of strength. Also amidst this mad war, I can use this strength to get more wealth, huge wealth, to raise my strength even further. With such strength, would I still fear a Blade River Emperor? Since I failed this plan, there are 3 more Emperor limits on the demon side, and I have Qi Mang and Heavy Arrow to deal with. He immediately made a decision. I'll first let the demon side deal with Chu Wu and Heavy Arrow, then I'll secretly use them to get rid of the demon side Emperor limits not under my control. This was his ideal plan. However, even if he just killed the 3 Emperor limits, his earnings would already be shocking. If he could sole control another, then that would be his lucky day. Master, Heavy Arrow rushed over. Wang. The exit Luo Feng escaped through crumbled. Master, Heavy Arrow, called out within. However, it wasn't as crazy as before. At least his master wasn't in danger. Luo Feng was wrapped in that mysterious energy, unable to resist as he went through the exit, the calling resounding in his mind, child, come. After entering the exit, he didn't appear in another forbidden space. Rather, he flew along a colorful pathway. Hua hua. A beautiful pathway. Luo Feng was wrapped around and was flying continuously. The space around him warped, and he could see huge sealed stars around enormous pillars. There were many treasures with powerful energies. Only Luo Feng couldn't visibly see them clearly. Heavy Arrow, Luo Feng called out mentally to Heavy Arrow. The soul slave and his master had a binding via their souls. As long as the distance between them wasn't absurd, they could communicate via their souls, since they were still both within Star Tower. No matter how far they were within, with their soul strength, they could easily communicate. Master, are you okay? Heavy Arrow asked. I'm fine. Remember, Tianchen is evil. He tried to kill me earlier, and I Almost died, and I suspect that the demon side S. Chi Mang has a deal with him. Anyway, tell this to Chu Wu and flee as fast as possible, mix in with the other humans and bear with it. First leave the space and star tower, and wait for me to return. Yes, master. Luo Feng relaxed a little. It wasn't that he didn't want revenge, but he had tried to save Tian Chen, but was actually used and almost killed. No matter who it was, they would definitely want to take revenge. However, Tian Chen was after all still a human. With the threat of the army system, Luo Feng didn't dare go against an ally. Killing an ally meant death. It would result in large amounts of the human camp combining their strengths to assassinate him. Even his teacher, the primal Chaos City leader Woon, to be able to save him. This was after all the ironclad system set in place by the humans and the countless other races. How could he go against it? I cannot go against the army system. But there are loopholes, Luo Feng thought, like the army system relies on scanning to observe the battles before making its decisions, and the scanning relies on the scanning devices. These devices naturally have limitations, just like when I went to save Tianchen earlier and he secretly added more force to the fall. The devices have no way to measure that. Even so, that Tianchen, I treated you as a brother and you tried to kill me. If I don't kill you, how will I find peace? Luo Feng was raging within. The army system is a disciplinary authority on the soldiers. When I choose to retire later on, I want to be a soldier of the human camp anymore, even though it means the other human warriors can kill me without any repercussions. I can do the same. Tian Chen had been marked for death within Luo Feng's mind. Many thoughts floated within his mind as he was brought around by the mysterious energy, flying through the warped pathways. Rumble. The mysterious energy dispersed. Luo Feng flew out of the pathway and landed on the ground. He turned around like a feather and gently stood up. He looked around. This was a vast mysterious shrine. There were a total of 9, over 10,000 kilometers tall pillars that held it up in the air above. There were many sealed stars. These countless sealed stars looked almost like a galaxy above the entire shrine. This shrine seemed to float in the center amongst countless sealed stars. He looked over. In the distance sat a silhouette. He had a long snake-like body, and the top half was human. His purple beard drooped down, and his eyelids gently hung down. However, the vast pressure he gave off made anyone about naturally submit. His energy was vast and endless, though not violent. It didn't allow any resistance. Child, the ancient voice resounded from him. Come here. It's him. He was the one who brought me here, Luo Feng thought. And what terrifying pressure. This is much stronger than Shihua Night, and even close to the primal Chaos City leaders. Is he a universe master level being? Luo Feng at least understood this one point. When he stood before this being, he was like an ant with no power whatsoever. Since that was so, it was better to just obey. Within the shrine that stood amidst the countless sealed stars, 2 people stood. One was a snake-bodied human, while the other was Luo Feng. Luo Feng walked over to him. This great being seems like a human, he thought, but the 4 pinnacle races have yet to control the Star Tower. How can this being actually stay in here and call me over? This beast snake man seemed like one of the many races. Like the ape-man, wolf-man, snake-man, etc., they were all considered part of humanity. Elder Luo Feng bowed respectfully. Sit. The powerful ancient being pointed to the ground. Yes, Luo Feng immediately sat beside. Are you filled with suspicion? The great being looked down at him. He smiled, wondering why the tower calls out to you, and yet you cannot become its master, wondering why you met such a powerful forbidden guard the moment you came, and even wondering about the falling of the sealed star. Luo Feng was shocked. This being even knew about the star tower, calling out to him. Yes, I'm filled with questions. Please enlighten me, Luo Feng replied respectfully. I've been waiting for you for far too long, the being sighed. Of course, I normally only leave a clone here, only rushing here personally when I knew you were here. I've yet to introduce myself. I'm called Puti. I'm the guardian of the Star Tower, and also the one to welcome you here. Luo Feng was stunned. You are not the creator of the tower. You are wondering about who left you the manual. You are wondering on who was the one who created the Star Tower. Puti gazed down at him smiling. Haha, I am the first servant of the creator of the Star Tower. However, over countless years, I've become a universe master. My master was graceful enough to accept me as his disciple. I am his first disciple. The leader of the Yenshin race is his second disciple. He has many underlings, but only 2 disciples. I was lucky, because I've followed him the longest, because of my strength and how sentimental he is. Hence I had the right to become his disciple, but the Yenshin race and the Earthling race, those are the true core of what teacher poured his soul into. Puti looked at Luo Feng. There were 2 other candidates from Earth before that failed. You are the third one, coming here 82 billion years after the second one. If you succeed, you will be like the leader of the Yenshin race. You'll become the leader of the Earthling race, the third disciple of teacher. If you fail, you'll end up like the 2 before you. Only death will await you. Luo Feng was stunned. There were 2 candidates before him. He was the third that came 82 billion years later. Leader of the Yenshin race, leader of the Earthling race. The leader of the Yenshin race, and this Puti, just who was their teacher. The creator of the nameless manual and Star Tower, specially producing the Yenshin race and Earthling race. Is this the huge Axe Dojo founder, S almighty tribe warrior? Many thoughts flashed through his mind.